Your home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and vocal.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
Yes. We have made it to Thursday, also known as Friday Eve. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports, taking up to 2 p.m. And we will be getting you ready for the Kings taking on the Portland Trail Blazers. Also, MLB opening day. Your Athletics play tonight in Seattle. Or if it's not your Athletics, your San Francisco Giants play today against the Cincinnati Reds as well. Or if you're like Kyle and you are your enter other team probably plays today. A lot of games today, tonight. MLB opening day is off and running. So we will be breaking down all of that and, of course, your Sacramento Kings. And as they take on the Portland Trail Blazers, one thing that we are trying to confirm, and if you were listening during Crosstalk, what was it? Jason said maybe not, or I don't know. Dave said yes. Wes Wilcox, he has been officially hired by Utah. Spoiler alert. The question is whether or not he will be with the Kings moving forward. It sounds like not. So Wes Wilcox will not be in the building moving forward. Here is what he had to say in a statement to Sacramento. Dear Sacramento, for the past 4.5 years, it has been an honor and a privilege to serve the Sacramento Kings organization and its peerless fan base. Vivek Ranadive's passion, commitment, and love of this franchise is unmatched. Monty McNair is a remarkable leader and a lifelong friend. Doug Christie is a bright light for the city of Sacramento and a head coach with a fantastic future in the NBA. Martina Kolokonatronis and John Reinhart have been incredible partners and play such important roles in the successes of the franchise on and off the floor. Kings leadership is poised to lead the organization into even better days ahead. And I want to give particular thanks to the great and dedicated players, coaches, and staff who have helped the Kings make history in recent seasons. This has been a transformative chapter in both my professional career and my family's lives, and will forever cherish our time here. Also, I want to thank the most passionate, loyal fans in the NBA for your endless enthusiasm and unconditional care of Kings basketball. Like you all, the Wilcox family will keep cheering for Sacramento Kings basketball. P.S. Allen, it was really great meeting you in Chipotle, and I'm glad I got to say hello.
Oh, we can finally say that now?
I'm saying it now, and obviously I added that. That's from Wes Wilcox. So now that he's officially on the way out, I will share with all of you the story that went down. What was that, about a month ago? It was about a month ago when we did the show at Doco, and we were, we had a great time. Me and my boss, Jose, our fearless leader, said, Allen, let's go grab some Chipotle. Well, I said, hey, if I'm doing a show at Doco, I need to be fed. I got on my Kyle Draper. I said, I need some food. So we go to Chipotle, and as we're in Chipotle eating, I'm be honest, I didn't know what Wes Wilcox looked like. I did not know. And as we're walking out, just belly full. Oh, yeah, okay, I'm going to get on out of here. Somebody's holding the door open for me. When that you hold the door open with your back, right? So you're facing. So I'm walking, right? I'm getting ready to walk out, and this guy's making eye contact with me, and I'm just kind of looking around, and guy, are you letting me go out first? I don't really know what's going on here. So I just kind of stop, and hey, you and your friend here can exit. It's all good. And he goes, Allen. He makes eye contact with me. He starts coming forward. Allen, I don't think we had a chance to meet yet. I'm Wes. Oh, Wes, good to meet you. Good to meet you. And he just went off into the sunset. And that was my one interaction with Wes Wilcox at Chipotle. And I was shook, right? Because, a lot of people that listen to this show, they like the show because I say not whatever I want, but I say a lot. And, a lot of people have had some things to say about front office and ownership, and I use some of that, right, in my own regard, and I have my own opinions on it, and, we keep it real here on the Allen Stiles Show. So the way it sounded to me was as if it was hey, buddy, just to let you know, I listened to the show. I don't know if it was him specifically or if he got word, but in all honesty, it was all fun. Went back, I was pretty shook, and that's when I told my first mistake was telling Kyle Draper and Whitey Gleason they have a lot of fun, because I then called my wife and I said, hey, this is what just happened. I'm just very animated when I talk. So they saw me in the corner, looking like the world was falling. And that is what Kyle Draper and Whitey Gleason spent 2 or 3 segments on. So now that the cat is gone, the cat can get out of the bag. That is what happened a couple weeks ago, my encounter with Wes Wilcox, and we wish Wes Wilcox the best. Hopefully I run into him again and we can just have a laugh about it, because, this is no laughing matter what the Kings are going through. And again, if it wasn't for the Mavericks, and they might have the Mavericks beat if the Mavericks make the play-in, and if the Mavericks, I don't know, have a good playoff run next season, enough to where, nobody's ever going to forgive the Mavericks and for what they did, at least the fans aren't. But this is every single day the Kings are trying to take the throne from the Mavericks for the craziest season, not just this season, but maybe one of the craziest in NBA history, when you keep on adding all the things that have happened with the, like we've discussed all season long, Mike Brown, De'Aaron Fox, Luke Laux, and now Wes Wilcox. And it sounds like Wes Wilcox is just he's probably already packed up his stuff. Maybe got one more burrito at Chipotle. I didn't get to see what his order was, and got up out of there. This is, the definition of some form of Titanic. And whoever is hanging on here, whether it's Doug Christie or Monty McNair or certain players, they have to find a way to right the ship, no pun intended, moving forward next season, because this is a disaster. This is a complete disaster. So again, you had the world at your fingertips just a couple seasons ago. And after that Thunder game, our phones were off the hook, because people saw a different dimension of what the Kings could have been. Maybe not the Thunder, right? There's only one SGA. But man, that's what we were supposed to be. We were supposed to be in the second, third year of that, or at least a version of it. Now you're getting lapped. You got lapped by the Thunder. You got lapped by the Rockets. You might get, next season, you might get lapped by the Blazers. You might get lapped by the Spurs. You almost got lapped by the Spurs. If Wemby and De'Aaron don't go down, they could have got lapped by the Spurs, and that would have been terribly embarrassing. Terribly embarrassing. So they have to find a way to figure out what they want to do to move forward and how they want to move forward. And that is going to be, I think, the most important thing this offseason. I know I sit here and I preach we can't get into the offseason too much. It's disrespectful to fans. It's disrespectful to the team. They're still trying to make this thing happen. But when you see stuff like this occur, it's hard to sit there and not think, man, what in the bleep is going on? So Wes Wilcox, happy trails to Utah. Like I said, I met you once. It was a very fun interaction looking back on it now. And, thank you for all the work you did. Still responsible for the Beam team. Still responsible for those feelings that the fans had after game 1 of the playoffs against the Warriors, that huge win. Still a part of all of that, right? So those memories that you'll have, hopefully those aren't the last playoff memories you have, but those memories that you do have, he is still in part responsible for that as well. I do think that there's going to be some type of, the problem is with 30 for 30s is I guess there has to be some type of climax. I know it doesn't have to be, but you do a 30 for 30 documentary type a deal on this Kings team. The climax would be trading De'Aaron, right? I think.
I don't know. I think we still have to wait and see how this plays out.
Oh, nothing is gonna top trading De'Aaron. It's either trading Mike or firing Mike, trading De'Aaron, because then you have Zach LaVine and the crew coming into the fold. Unless they unless they go on a crazy playoff run, that's the only thing. Winning a play-in game and then losing, that doesn't top trading De'Aaron.
Yeah, I feel like Beam Team is more 30 for 30. This is more documentary or expose.
Could Sam's article be the climax in the story?
That's a pretty terrible climax.
No, then it's got to be De'Aaron. It's got to be De'Aaron.
Also, with this Sacramento Kings team, it should probably be called a 30 for 90.
Yeah, seriously. And well, speaking of Sam Amick, he spoke on Wes's departure, and the Vlade Divac of it all is already making its rounds around the NBA world. So we'll get into that and what exactly people are saying. Because look, let's be honest. If you got eyes and you've been to a game with it, and I see the text, I didn't read off the text at the time because I didn't know if it was time to say it yet. But now that Sam Amick kind of broke it out, yeah, we all see Vlade at plenty of the games. What's going on here? Sam Amick joined the morning show and broke down what he thinks is going on. Is there a path for the Kings to get out of this mess? We talked about it yesterday. We teased it. It's here today. We have two ways. We have the offseason route and we have the regular season route. We will break down those things for you. Casey Holdall, who covers the Trailblazers beat reporter and insider, he joins us at 11:15. 4 hours with you. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
All guests and callers join us from the Folsom Lake Honda Hotline. Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Big savings are back at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop. New Hondas are piling up, and that means big savings for you.
Looking to own or lease? During the spring sales event, drive a brand new Accord or Civic. Visit us today at folsomlakehonda.com, your one-stop Honda shop.
As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our number one priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too.
Folsom Lake Honda. Yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
Spring is here, and that means gigantic savings for all your oil change needs at Jiffy Lube today. Get a $25 gift card with the purchase of any Pennzoil Platinum full synthetic oil change through May 31st at your local Jiffy Lube service center in the greater Sacramento areas. And don't forget about the additional $30 off online coupon at jiffylube.com. Terms apply. Valid email address required. See pennzoil.com/rewards for details. Jiffy Lube, huge spring savings for you today.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sacktown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
Go ahead and open up the phone lines, 916-339-1140. Roundtable will be tomorrow. Frankie is doing his Frankie thing. I asked the guys, did you want to go without Franco Cardo, or would you rather go on Friday? And just made more sense to react to the game that's going on tonight. So we will have a roundtable tomorrow if you were excited for that. Normally we do it on Thursdays. So that is happening tomorrow. Casey Holdall is actually at 11:30. Not 11:15, Trailblazers beat reporter insider. And I really wanted to talk to someone from the Blazers because the Blazers are a happy medium, I would say, between we're kind of doing the tanking thing, but for some reason we have DeAndre Ayton, and very similar to the Kings drafting a bunch of centers. They have DeAndre Ayton, and then they draft Donovan Clingan. So everyone thought they would move on from DeAndre Ayton, and they haven't yet. They still have Jeremy Grant. Okay, Matisse Thybulle just hangs out there. He's another one. Jeremy Grant and Matisse Thybulle both in the camp of, are they playing? Don't know. Okay, Matisse Thybulle didn't play all season until I think a week or so ago. Jeremy Grant, I believe, is questionable.
Doubtful
For tonight. So how do Blazers fans feel and the conversation as it pertains to tanking, but not an immediate tank, and whether or not that's good or bad, and how that timeline looks. So very excited to talk to Casey and get his thoughts and what the fans are kind of feeling out there in Portland about their Blazers. Well, we know how a lot of fans feel about the Sacramento Kings. 916-339-1140 if you want to let us know how you feel. Let's get to Sam Amick, and I'm be honest with you, I've been running around this morning. This is the first time I'm hearing this as well. Apparently, it was a little hot coffee. All right, I went with tea today personally, but a little hot coffee from Sam Amick on Vlade Divac. Here it is.
Everything old might be new again. Vlade Divac has been around a lot more lately, and that's another talking point in league circles.
Wait, what? Hold on. Wait. What's the talking point, Sam?
Again, we've talked about how a lot of his stuff is pretty transparent, where you got the power seats at games and you figure out who he's hanging out with and who he's listening to. And, one night it's Alvin Gentry and the other it's Angeli, and, the next it's Vlade. And, all I can tell you is that with Wes having headed out, and, you guys know some of the machinations that happen within a team where there's got to be communication, right? So, for one, people seem to forget that Vlade still has a formal title with the team. And I can always forget what it is. It's like, head of franchise operations or something. But in my head, it's always been, I think I recorded it first as like ambassador type, kind of, in the community with the fans, that type of thing. But like, now that there is a communication void happening, yes, I think Vlade has been a little more involved.
Well. Time is but a circle. Wow. So that has already gotten aggregated and people are talking. And look, man, this is what happens, right? You don't want people to talk, or maybe you don't care. But if you don't want people to talk, don't be front and center everywhere, right? Meanwhile, the team is struggling. There are rumblings about the front office. Now someone from your front office leaves. It's all very, I can't tell if they're doing this stuff on purpose or not, but it reminds me of American Gangster, where he goes to the boxing match in the jacket. Didn't want to wear the jacket, right? Frank didn't want to wear the jacket. Wife said, you got to wear the jacket. It's a nice jacket. It's expensive. Wears the jacket. Cop C. Who's this dude in this jacket, man? That's how he got down. That's how he went down. So if you don't want the attention, don't call for the attention. And if you do want the attention, then you have to deal with all parts of the attention. So now, and then it gets back to, and I talked about how Sam Amick right now, not the most popular guy in Sacramento for doing his job because it wasn't what people wanted to hear. But this is being thrown at us. There's no way to ignore this stuff, right? Sam Amick is in there almost every single game. Every time I'm there, he's there. And it doesn't take a national NBA insider to see, because I see the texters, and I don't think there are any national NBA insiders on our text line. If so, I appreciate you call in saying, Allen, why is Vlade always around Divac? I go to the games and he's sitting there front and center. It's the same thing. I don't know, but I don't think they're talking about their Spotify playlists. I don't think they're talking about their favorite barbecue spots in the area. They're talking about the Sacramento Kings. And Sam makes a great point. Vlade still has a formal title. A lot of people don't remember that. A lot of people just don't know that. So he's still a part of this team and still a part of, technically, the ship that is right now sinking a bit. So how this works, and I'll give you this one. We've talked about this before. Go on a journey with me, okay? I'm going to take you on a trip. We've talked about this before. If you want to keep a head coach, right, most of the time a GM comes in because your team isn't doing well. If your GM gets canned, your team is probably underachieving to some level. So that means the coach is underachieving at some level. So you bring in a GM. GM wants to handpick their coach. Hey, this is my guy. I think that we can get where we need to go with this guy. So it always was going to be a smaller pool if the Kings decide, and Monty McNair still has a job. Don't get me wrong. So maybe Vlade becomes the assistant. I don't know. But the GM conversation, GMs want to handpick their coach. So and I have information, Doug Christie, from what I've been told, it goes past the front office, the love for Doug Christie, okay? I'm going to say it like that. The love for Doug Christie goes beyond the front office. When you say, oh, that's a so-and-so guy, right? That's a, when a new coach comes in, oh, yeah, that's a Smith guy. Yeah, Smith recruited him. He's good. So he's going to get an opportunity because the coach likes him. The coach has known him, right? Versus, oh, yeah, the assistant coach got him. The assistant coach just found him. The head coach doesn't really know who he is, have any kind of relationship. But from what I've been told, Doug Christie, it goes beyond the front office. Now, as I'm still taking you on this journey, if it goes beyond the front office, meanwhile, you still have another coach on the payroll, by the way. You have to, if you are planning on looking for a GM, you have to look for a GM that is okay with holding on to the current coach. And also, you're in Sacramento, by the way. So that shrinks the pool. The pool is already small. It's not a kiddie pool, right? But you can't dive in it. That probably isn't safe. So you're looking around thinking, man, okay, the pool is already pretty small. If they want to move on from Monty McNair or just replace Wes Wilcox internally, man, what am I going to do? And you look around and you look in-house and you see, well, Vlade is still here. Vlade is still around. We got a puppet doll of Vlade right here in the studio. We know how much they love to hold on to those glory days. And you start thinking, well, we can bring Vlade on, and he knows Doug is the coach, so he's not going to ask for a new coach or anything like that. And it makes everything a lot more simple. It makes everything very, very simple. Is it the right move? I don't know. That remains to be seen. We've seen this movie before. It was maybe in a different language, right? Or it's a remake of the same movie. So maybe this one will be better. Remember the first Hulk was terrible? The next Hulk just kept getting better?
So you're saying the first Hulk was taking Marvin Bagley over Luka Doncic?
That's right. So it's got to be better. It's got to be better.
That's a low bar to clear, though.
Daredevil?
What is that?
The Daredevil movie didn't work out so well. Now on the same token, the Daredevil show, everybody loves it. So you can talk yourself into things if you are handcuffed a bit. And when you fire your coach before that contract even starts, you are, yes, handcuffed a bit. These people aren't made of money. They just have way more than we do.
Well, is Daredevil like an Evel Knievel documentary?
No, I'll tell you during the break. On the other side, is there a path for the Kings to get out of this mess? Like I said, and this is a little bit of hopium here. Like I said, there is a version that we will do for the offseason. There is a version that we will do for the rest of this season. We are going to start with the offseason, and we will discuss that when we return. Down South, Sacktown Sports.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Elk Grove Honda.
I'm Tamara Berg in the KCRA 3 Weather Center for your Thursday. Bit of everything in the forecast after a mild beginning to the day. We have overcast skies and the chance for a few showers on and off again during the afternoon. We'll also have a breezy day with gusts up to 25 miles an hour, highs in the mid-60s. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA 3 News and the KCRA 3 app.
At Elk Grove Honda, we've acquired some of the best pre-owned cars we can find. Whether you purchase a new Honda or a like-new pre-owned Honda, Elk Grove Honda has the right Honda at the right price. In the Elk Grove Auto Mall, Highway 99 and Elk Grove Boulevard, or elkgrovehonda.com.
I gotta get an Elk Grove Honda.
The Amish have a reputation for craftsmanship, determination, and quality. Hi, this is Frank LaRosa with a word about Naturewood Home Furnishings. You know, those virtues sound quite similar to the Keys family and the day-to-day values on display at Naturewood. The Amish furniture craftsmanship begins with the finest hardwood, shaping and molding the raw materials into one-of-a-kind art. In addition to the classic styles long sought and revered by discriminating furniture lovers, Naturewood Home Furnishings offers a vast selection that includes transitional, modern, farmhouse, arts and crafts, and other stunning styles, all available in the ultimate Amish standard of excellence built over centuries. All Naturewood Amish furniture is on sale right now for a limited time. Let the Naturewood team guide you through their selection of Amish furniture that will be with you forever. Naturewood Home Furnishings, off Highway 50 at Hazel. Look for the water wheel.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Is your concrete sinking? Whether it's your driveway, sidewalk, or patio, those uneven surfaces are not just ugly, they're dangerous. That's where Groundworks comes in. They use state-of-the-art concrete lifting solutions to prevent tripping hazards, and they're the best at what they do. Schedule your free inspection at groundworks.com/row. And while you're there, check out my latest dirty job. It's a good one.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details. You know the old early bird and worm thing? Well, here's an early bird special and Bonnie's lowest price of the year. Imagine an entire new HVAC system replacement, both heating and cooling, for as low as, ready? $11,789. Take advantage of that. $11,789. Hurry though, this is a limited offer and ends April 15th. The sooner you act, the sooner you save. Plumbing, electrical, heating, and air, Bonnie.com. Some restrictions apply. License 696-355.
Sacktown Sports is bringing you the biggest live events in town. Whether you're rocking out or dancing the night away, check out the Sacktown Sports live events calendar. Get ready for an epic night out. Papa Roach and Rise Against take over Golden One Center March 29th. That same night, comedy legends Jay Leno and Arsenio Hall bring the laughs to Hard Rock Live Sacramento. Get ready to laugh your socks off. And for all you country fans, Lee Bryce and Walker Hayes hit Ironstone Amphitheater June 21st. Then head to Santa Rosa for Country Summer with Sam Hunt, Kane Brown, and Dustin Lynch June 27th through the 29th. Then back to one of the most beautiful venues as Parker McCollum takes the stage August 16th at Ironstone Amphitheater in Murphys, California. Don't miss out. Find more info and score your chance to win tickets at sacktownsports.com. Again, get all the details on the hottest events happening in town and your chance to win tickets at sacktownsports.com.
Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Here's Frank LaRosa.
Since the launch of the World Handicap System, a golfer's handicap index has been automatically calculated by taking their 8 best score differentials from their most recent 20 rounds. According to Golf Monthly Newsletter, that handicap is not designed to reflect average scores, but how likely you'll play on a course of average difficulty. Handicaps are generally split into 3 different groups: low, mid, and high. A recent report by the USGA showed that the average handicap index for a male is 14.2 and 28.7 for a female. A golfer with a handicap of 1 to 9 is considered to have a low handicap. A handicap of 10 to 19 is generally thought to be a mid-handicapper, and a higher handicap golfer is 20 and above. Nearly 50% of males are mid-handicappers, with 30% carrying low handicaps, and under 20% of female golfers are in the low and mid-handicap groups. Carry your handicap proudly and play on. It's supposed to be fun. That's your Golf to Go. I'm Frank LaRosa.
Allen Stiles
You can join the show by texting 916-339-1140
on Sacktown Sports.
Taking up to 2 p.m., breaking down some of the things that we've heard with Wes Wilcox on the way out. Sam Amick is talking about the possibilities of Vlade Divac coming back into the fold. He's been around. He's been very active. And it's right there in our face. It is right there in our face. So it is hard to kind of ignore, if you will. And somebody on the Sack Chat, shout out to the Sack Chat, is saying, so the media is just gossiping now. Well, it's gossiping when you don't like it, right? Or nobody ever says enter national media. I mean, that it is, right? Gossiping is a very interesting word to use because, again, this type of stuff gets said when you don't like it, right? If we said Danny Ainge loves Urban Roots barbecue and because of that might end up in Sacramento, I don't think that would be gossip. Again, you don't want Vlade. You've seen this movie before, so now it's gossip. And the bottom line is Vlade never left. He still has a title. So if from the things that we've heard in different articles that have been written, if significant others have possibly had says and seats at the table, do we really think Vlade already hasn't had somewhat of a seat? So we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. All right. I've been waiting to get to this for the last 2 days now. And I'm very, very excited to break this down because this should give the people hope. All right. The off season, as far as the GM and front, whatever it is, I have created 2 paths. Okay. We're going to do one of those paths right now. Is there a path for the Kings to get out of this mess? The first one I'm doing is the off-season path to get out of this mess. So here's my breakdown. Here are some of the things I think the Kings can do. All right? I love the guy. Don't know where his head is going to be at the end of the season, but this all starts with DeMar DeRozan in the offseason. Ways to get out of this mess. You move off of DeMar DeRozan for some version of a defensive forward and a shooter. Everyone that we keep. So I fired this up in the trade generator yesterday. I'm not Kyle. I don't have the dungeon sound, but I fired this up in the trade generator yesterday. And I'll be honest with you, that contract is sneaky big. It's just big enough. It's kind of an annoying size. There's certain guys that you'd like that probably aren't enough, and you got to deal with the Kings in their roster spot. There's certain guys that you like that maybe cost too much, or maybe that team doesn't want DeRozan. So everybody keeps talking about these Los Angeles teams. So I looked at the Lakers and I looked at the Clippers, okay? A couple of the deals that I saw out there, and I think the Lakers would do this. I don't know. Again, the money is kind of annoying because this guy makes, I think it's a little under 20, but I would do right now. Again, I don't know if the Lakers would do this, but give me Rui Hachimura. If you want DeMar DeRozan, give me Rui Hachimura. Now, Rui is not the springiest of chickens anymore. He's not 24, 25, 27, 26, 27 years old. He's closer to 30. So if you feel like you have that somewhere else on your roster, and I can base this on Laker fans complaining a lot about Rui Hachimura. Give me Rui. You don't need him. You have other wings. You get DeMar DeRozan. You want DeMar DeRozan off the bench for $24 million. That's your prerogative. Or you can start him. What I think is interesting is everyone keeps bringing up the Los Angeles teams, and it's on record that the Lakers did not. It's on record that there's nothing on record. The Lakers did not reach out to DeMar. And then Laker fans were upset with that. So I don't even know what that interest level is. The other Los Angeles team, the Clippers. Now, this guy makes way less than DeMar, so you have to find someone. And again, at this point, let me just preface this by saying I'm not necessarily trying to get a quote-unquote better player back. I'm trying to get a better fit back because you're redundant right now. So I look at the Clippers, and again, this guy, they're all in this over 25 range. Derek Jones only makes $9 million a year. And I know this guy isn't the best creator point guard, but you could do Derek Jones and a Chris Dunn here. If you want DeMar DeRozan, there you have it, right? Now, again, Chris Dunn is not a pure point guard at all, but you could also find that somewhere else. It doesn't have to be Chris Dunn, but I like Derek Jones as a defensive guy.
Yeah, Chris Dunn is just kind of someone you add into the deal just to make it work.
So those are the two options with the Los Angeles teams. When you look at teams outside of Los Angeles, it's very simple. You're looking at a Blazers team, a Jazz team that have a ton of guys. This would be a 3-team deal, of course. But hey, DeMar's going to get there, and then he's going to go there. The Jazz and the Blazers have a ton of guys that they're not really sure. They're young, too, but they're not really sure, are you my future, right? And Anthony Simons, I think he might be a free agent. And I'm not talking about Anthony Simons, but guys like that are good players, right? Keontae George, good players, but the teams that they're on have no clue whether or not they are going to build with them. So you can get some young talent back, get a young wing back, get a young shooter back, and just rock and roll from there. And I would say, again, since you know that this group, or at least, I know the injuries, but you're pretty sure this group is not going to get it done, I would be willing to take, again, lesser deals if you want to throw in a pick or whatever it is to take DeMar DeRozan. I do it. Now, the situation is, if you move on from DeMar, this would be the first time in a very long time you would not have a proven closer on your team, right? If you make that move right now, going into next season, and you get, let's say it's the Rui deal with somebody else, 10 seconds left on the clock, is Malik taking that shot? Is Zach LaVine might be taking that shot. That's something to think about too. Now, hopefully you're a better team and you're not always in those situations that often. The other piece of this, and this is obviously if you don't go in the Chris Dunn direction, and again, he's not really a pure point guard. As we read off, both Joneses are available. I've watched Tyus Jones much more than Trey, but go get your creator. So you go get a Rui Hachimura, you go get another, and I would say the Rui situation kind of replaces Jake LaRavia. You go get a Jones, go get Trey Jones, Tyus Jones, and you get you another shooter. You need another shooter. I think this team would make a lot more sense. They could possibly be less talented, because this has nothing to do with an indictment on DeMar DeRozan's talent, but fit-wise, this team is, if you are not going to blow it up, I like the look of it. Rui might have to come off the bench. I'm not sure. It doesn't really matter to me right now. But you would have a Rui Hachimura, you would have and Keegan for your wings, okay? Or you go in the Derrick Jones direction, and obviously he'd come off the bench. You go get a Tyus Jones. You go get one of these shooters that are, kind of just floating through life right now, and it's a good team. If the goal is to make it to the playoffs, what was just created can get you to the playoffs. I don't know that it will, but it can.
It might not be a better team with those moves.
I don't think so.
But the flip side of the argument is it's more balanced, and DeRozan might end up leaving anyways because this wasn't what he signed up for. So whatever you get for him is kind of just like a bonus.
There you go. So that's what I cooked up, Kyle. What are your initial thoughts on that?
It wouldn't be the path I would take, but it is possibly the path that Sacramento is going to take. I think it's just the point guard thing that's getting to me. Like, I don't want to just get one of these like fringe point guards and insert them in the starting lineup and say all is well, because the best way this offense is run is with a defensive guy on the guard position, whether that's Keon Ellis or Devin Carter, and Sabonis being the primary facilitator. So if you're getting one of those guards, or ball-handling point guards, I kind of want it for the non-Sabonis minutes, I guess.
Well, no, and that's what I'm saying. Again, Trey Jones making, $9 million? He's not going to make that next season. Tyus Jones making $3 million on that minimum deal. One of these guys could be coming off the bench easy. They don't have to start.
Yeah, but I guess we're just then we don't have enough starting caliber players, because then we have Malik, Keon, Zach LaVine, Keegan, and Sabonis. I don't love that.
And Rui or Derek. I mean, look,
Rui plus Devin Carter.
This to me at least feels realistic, right? Because I am not really quite sure what DeMar DeRozan's value is either.
I think the bigger thing with DeRozan, and this will be more of an offseason conversation, is we have to find the team that's interested right now. Like DeRozan might have 2 or 3 places that he wants to go and maybe is at the stage of his career where he's either going to come off the bench or be a number 4 scoring option. But we still have to find the partner right now. So I like that you went with the Los Angeles options or facilitating with a third team. We just have to find the destination or a plausible destination if we're going to make the move, because right now we just don't know, and we shouldn't know because the Kings are committed to DeRozan.
That's right, and they might still be committed to each other. I'm just looking around thinking, okay, well, I don't want to have the Malik conversation. He's my favorite player on the team. Is there a path for the Kings to get out of this mess? Part 2, regular season. Let's have some fun because it all starts tonight against the Blazers. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Tonight, Kings and Trailblazers. Game night with Scott Marsh and the high flyer Henry Turner starts at 5:30. Tip-off at 7.
The Kings play here on Sacktown Sports.
Sacktown Sports, 1140.
Online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
All power, zero compromise. Ego cordless outdoor power equipment features advanced lithium battery technology that exceeds the power and performance of gas without the noise, fuss, or fumes. From blowers and trimmers to mowers and pressure washers, one battery powers over 90 tools. No wonder it is the #1 rated brand in cordless outdoor power. Power beyond belief. Visit egopowerplus.com to learn more or to find an Ego retailer near you. That's egopowerplus.com.
It's Carmichael Dave talking to you about my good friends at American Energy. You're in the Sacramento area. You know how the seasons work. They are a-changing right now. So American Energy wants to help you stay warm for the rest of the cold season, but help you stay cool during the warm season. Best way to do that, make sure your system is operating safely. So right now is the time to take advantage of half off a tune-up, $24.50. They cut that right in half, and if you want a diagnostic, guess what? You can't beat free. If it's free, it's me, and now it can be you. And also, it's the end of the season blowout. $4,000 off a new system plus any rebates. That $4,000, that's a direct drop from the sticker price. It's a great deal. Check them out at theaeway.com or an instant quote, or give them a call at 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990. Tell them your good buddy Carmichael Dave sent you.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
With Progressive, renters can save on protection for the things that make your place yours, even things that don't make sense to everyone.
People always wonder why I don't get rid of my guitar since I never play. But it's like, what if I actually end up taking lessons? Sure, I've had it for 8 years, but if I get rid of it, then what will my New Year's resolution be next January?
Exactly. So bundle your renters and auto and save with Progressive and protect the things that make sense to you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates and other insurers not available in all states or situations. Covered subject to policy terms and conditions.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our U.S.-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing.
Spring is in the air, and there's really nothing better than hitting the open road in a new Honda. Whether you're shopping for new or pre-owned, Stockton Honda has the selection and savings. Plus, get top dollar for your trade. And while life's roads are often filled with bumps, buying from Stockton Honda couldn't be smoother. Wherever the road you travel might lead, Stockton Honda is happy to get you there. Come in today or go to StocktonHonda.com.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
The wait is over. Rivercats baseball is back. Whether you're cheering on your team with friends or enjoying a fun night out with the family, Sutter Health Park is the place to be. With exciting giveaways, great food, and plenty of entertainment, join us for another year of Rivercats memories all season long. Don't miss the first games of 2025. Grab your tickets today at rivercats.com.
Sacramento's premier country music festival, Country in the Park, is coming back May 16th and 17th at Cal Expo with Bailey Zimmerman, Billy Currington, Cole Wetzel, Nate Smith, You'll enjoy food trucks, rock walls, and a mechanical bull, line dancing, and more. Single-day GA tickets start at $52 at CITPFest.com. Country in the Park, May 16th and 17th with Paul Mitchell, The School, Sacramento, and Stoney's Rockin' Rodeo. Find out more at CITPFest.com.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/SacktownSports1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
Couple of texts we want to read through. Bottom of the hour, 10 o'clock hour. 916, Stiles, are you hinting that Vivek is advocating for and keeping Doug in all likelihood? That I do not know. All I know is what I've heard is that Doug is really liked, and there is a large investment in him. And, oh, by the way, they are still paying Mike Brown. And that contract didn't even get off the ground.
What was it that Chris Biederman told us yesterday? That Doug's kind of swimming right now, trying to stay afloat. I don't know if going, as an interim coach, when you lose 8 out of 10 games in the midst of a playoff push, it's never great vibes, but I just thought that was a little bit revealing, just like it was revealing that Amick is like, there's a communication gap going on between Vivek and the front office. I was like, what do you mean a communication gap? What is that signal? What is that hinting at? It's just interesting to think about how they're piecing it together, because they kind of got to have a plan, I would argue, it solidified in the next week.
Yeah, and once you have that plan, you have to put that plan into motion, obviously. But first, you got to get the plan. 916 says, I was never a huge fan of the DeMar DeRozan offseason acquisition. It's never a good idea to sign a player that's at the end of his career to a substantial contract. Unfortunately, the Kings are stuck with him. If they try to trade him, they won't get fair value. That's from Nick. I don't think they're stuck with him, but I do think there's something to your second piece, Nick. I don't know what they will get back for him, because as we were told, a lot of people, hey, DeMar really wanted to come to Sacramento. Sure. He's coming home, even though it's between 5 and 7 hours away, depending on traffic and how fast you drive. Sure. I've never known anyone to say. We just did this whole conversation on how Sacramento and the Bay are not the same, but we're going to say that DeMar DeRozan is coming home when he's from LA.
Yeah, that's like
that's really, can I just be honest? That's bothered me so much.
That's like what, an hour and a half flight?
It's a plane. It's a plane.
People have helicoptered from LA to Sacramento before.
The only stretch I'll give is that it is California. You're back in your home state, but we're stretching specifically because there are not one, but 2 teams in the actual city and county that you're from.
And there's 4 teams in California. So like there's all sorts of options for what home, by this metric, what is that? Like 15% of the league is home to DeMar DeRozan.
And I don't even think the Kings started it, but if DeMar DeRozan went to the Warriors, nobody would have said he's coming home.
No. I don't think, even if he went to Phoenix, I don't think, because Phoenix is probably just as close to Los Angeles.
But at least it is a different state. So that's just always kind of bothered me. But to Nick's point, I don't know if they would get full value. It just depends on how much that matters to them. Okay, let's get to this path here. And Kyle, I know, man, look, when you lose as many games as the Kings have lost in a row, ban lists have to go out the window. I have a fairly simple path for the Kings to get out of this mess right now, and it does include the starting lineup. Okay, even though starting lineup talk has been on our ban list for the exercise, we are removing it from the ban list. It's not a trade.
No, that's our ban list cell.
Get out of prison.
This is different than the trade machine
I see.
cell.
Good to know.
Obviously.
So to get out of this mess, first of all, you got to start by winning tonight. That's the obvious part. This is the not so obvious part. And if Malik is available, ... Either way, you should probably bring Zach LaVine or Malik Monk off the bench. That's where I'm at with this. I know that they haven't been winning with Keon starting, but they also haven't had the full team. You have two, for lack of a better term, excuses here. Zach, something is going on. Hey, we're just going to move some things around. Malik Monk coming back from illness. Hey, get your lungs back under you.
Just to update people, so Malik Monk is questionable with illness, Devin Carter's questionable with illness, and Jake LaRavia is questionable with a thumb.
So you might even, Jake LaRavia, he's going to be on our ding. I know we're almost done, but our dinged prone list. He's always dinged up.
His short Sacramento Kings tenure is going to be filled with a lot of dinged up.
Yes, he's dinged up. He's not injured. He's dinged up. So good to know, Kyle. But if Malik does play, I would either bring Malik off the bench or bring Zach LaVine off the bench. And my argument now would be that teams do stuff like this all the time, and specifically when they're struggling. So the Kings should be no different, right? The basketball, and again, I have no clue if Doug Christie can do this or not, but the conversations of, DeMar means is Hall of Fame this, and Malik, he's been through so much, and that's been my argument, or Zach makes this. You have, 9-10 games? You got to throw that stuff out the window, right? You got to throw that stuff out the window. Teams make moves in playoff series. I don't need to bring up that team in the Bay and the Andre Iguodala move. Everybody knows that
the
quite
Knicks
well.
bench Julius Randle.
The Knicks bench Julius Randle. Okay? So the Kings, if they're truly fighting to get into the play-in, you have to do everything possible. And we've seen more numbers, right? Our friends on social media have come up with more net rating numbers for the starting lineup, and that's where I'm at. If you're truly trying to make the play-in, you could do it against a lesser team like the Blazers. I would bring Zach LaVine off the bench, or I would bring Malik Monk off the bench. That's it. And it's not, this is straight up this season thing. You have a conversation with the whole team. Hey, we're doing whatever it takes to win games. Don't take anything personally. We're going to refresh and reevaluate everything in the offseason. But right now, we're trying to win games. I'm trying to keep my job. Y'all trying to keep your jobs. We got to win basketball games. We can evaluate everything. I'm not saying that this is going to affect anything moving forward. Hell, it didn't. Keon Ellis was starting. It was due to injury, but Keon came off the bench at the beginning of the season after he had started a bunch of games. So, hey, this is not going to roll over. This is not AT&T. There's no rollover minutes. This is what it is right now, and we're just trying to win basketball games. So don't take anything personally. I'm trying my best here. We can't keep losing, dude. Y'all know what happened the last time. And Kyle, are we at the magic number yet with the Kings? Hold on. One more. You know what happened the last time they lost 5 in a row? Here we are again.
But they keep towing that line just barely.
And now they'll get the Blazers and win.
Is this their third 4-game losing streak under Doug? I know this is at least 2 this month, but this might be a third consecutive 4-game.
I don't know about 4. 4 seems like a lot.
I'm saying 3 4-game losing streaks.
Right. I don't know if they've done 4 3 times. No, they didn't. Because I just see a bunch of L's when Mike got canned. That's the only other cluster of L's. They have a good amount of L's, but they don't have 3 of 4.
You're right. They had 4 of 5. They had 3 in a row, but not 4 in a row.
Yeah, the percentages aren't looking good though, just based on the ratios, I should say. So that's what I would do. I've been broken. I am broken. I would change the starting lineup. I mean, it's kind of insane that you can lose this many games and not change the starting lineup. And I think maybe they would have if it wasn't for injury. That's the only reason. Hey, well, we haven't had our guys, but you're not even really that good with your guys, right?
Yeah, but they have changed the starting lineup like 5 times. It's been because of injuries,
right?
But they've changed the starting lineup like 5 times over the last 10 games. And that's one part of my little bit of hopium. And the second part is, don't panic, people. We've made it through the darkness. We're still ahead of Phoenix. We're still ahead of Dallas. And there's a tiebreaker with both of them on the line at the end of the season. So don't panic yet. The Kings are still the 9 seed. They have made it through the hardest part of the schedule.
I don't think they're panicking, Kyle. I just don't know how much they care, which is worse.
Yeah, the worst part is I don't want the 9 seed.
Right.
But
we're not panicking. We're past panic.
But the 9 seed is well in control.
On the other side, we talk about another team that found themselves in a similar situation than the Kings and came out on the other side. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Tonight, Kings and Trailblazers. Game night with Scott Marsh and the high flyer Henry Turner starts at 5:30. Tip-off at 7.
The Kings play here on Sacktown Sports.
Sacktown Sports, 1140.
Attention tax accountants. The following message is for you. Tax season is here, and if you're an accounting firm, the pressure is on. Long hours and tight deadlines make this time of year a challenge for even the most seasoned tax professionals. But this tax season, Blue Jay has your back. Powered by generative AI, Blue Jay is the preferred partner solution of CPA.com for tax research. Ask a complex tax question, and Blue Jay gives you better tax answers in seconds. Save time, maximize your clients' refunds with high-speed, accurate, and intuitive AI technology. Built with a library of only the most trusted tax resources, updated daily to keep up with changes in tax. For a limited time, save 40% off at bluejay.com/start now. That's BLUE, the letter J.com/start now, or text BLUE to 511-511. Save 40% by texting BLUE to 511-511. Tax accountants don't leave money on the table. Stress less and text BLUE to 511-511 today. Tax fees may apply.
Did you know colon cancer can be detected early or prevented through regular screening?
I have detected around Earth is the greatest lie ever.
Okay, Roger. My uncle just passed away and I inherited his cockatoo, Roger. He was a member of the Flat Earth Society, so Roger picked up on some of his rhetoric. Anyway, screening, such as a colonoscopy.
Screen these! Screen these!
Roger that, Roger. Moving on. Colonoscopies can detect early-stage colon or rectal cancer or even polyps, which are abnormal growths that can turn into cancer over time.
I'm a Flat Earth walker.
Come on, Roger. What did I do to my uncle to deserve you? You don't get to choose what you inherit, just like colon cancer. Unlike Roger here, I believe in science. And science says that if colon cancer runs in your family, you're more likely to develop it yourself. Talk to your doctor about when you should start screening. Find out more at coloncancercoalition.org. A message from the Colon Cancer Coalition.
Big savings are back at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop. New Hondas are piling up, and that means big savings for you.
Looking to own or lease? During the spring sales event, drive a brand new Accord or Civic. Visit us today at FolsomLakeHonda.com, your one-stop Honda shop.
As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our #1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
Come check out Capital Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room with the most variety of table games in the region in a safe and friendly environment. Plenty of well-lit parking available, conveniently located in downtown Sacramento. And remember, Capital Casino has the best food, the best service, and the best action. 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento. For more information, log on to capital-casino.com and please gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
The Amish have a reputation for craftsmanship, determination, and quality. Hi, this is Frank LaRosa with a word about Naturewood Home Furnishings. You know, those virtues sound quite similar to the Keys family and the day-to-day values on display at Naturewood. The Amish furniture craftsmanship begins with the finest hardwood, shaping and molding the raw materials into one-of-a-kind art. In addition to the classic styles long sought and revered by discriminating furniture lovers, Naturewood Home Furnishings offers a vast selection that includes transitional, modern, farmhouse, arts and crafts, and other stunning styles, all available in the ultimate Amish standard of excellence built over centuries. All Naturewood Amish furniture is on sale right now for a limited time. Let the Naturewood team guide you through their selection of Amish furniture that will be with you forever. Naturewood Home Furnishings, off Highway 50 at Hazel. Look for the water wheel.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Tom's Watch Bar has the best happy hour in Sacramento, starting with $5 specials all day, every day. Plus select $7 appetizers and $12 entrees with 360-degree viewing and game day vibes that match being at the game. Tom's Watch Bar is the ultimate game day experience for sports fans.
KHD HD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sacktown Sports, 1140. Your home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
1 hour down. 3 to go. Lit and Fuel giving away those tickets again. That is at 1 o'clock. And they keep going fast. They keep going fast. They are coming together March 28th to get down. And we are giving you a chance to go check them out. So that is coming up in 2 hours. As I mentioned, and I think that this person is going to give us some good perspective on what could happen to the Sacramento Kings. Casey Holdall from the Trailblazers, beat reporter and insider. He joins us in 30 minutes. So you're not going to want to miss that conversation as I look at the Blazers as, okay, let's talk to one of these teams that is tanking but has some talent because, you know, a lot of people are saying tank, tank, tank if you're the Kings, and they are a team that's in it right now. So how do they get out of it, and what's really the ceiling for them? And obviously we'll talk about some of the notes for tonight's game. Before we get into the other teams that were in similar situations, haven't heard from this guy in a while, so we're going to give him the floor. TC wants to be part of the conversation. What's up, TC? What you got for us?
Allen, what's up, bro?
What's up, man? It's been too long. How you doing?
Oh, man, just vibing because I just been, sitting back paying attention to the team, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, hey, I'm going to keep it short and sweet. Right now, the whole Hall of Fame and all that, bro, that's out, right? So, Doug, if you're going to make a move, Doug, make a move. If you're going to bench both of them and bring in Jake the Snake and Devin or whatever, bro, it's all warranted right now. As far as Zach, bro, I know everybody got kids, right? So I don't want to disrespect that man in any way, but everybody got kids. Allen, you got a kid, bro. You was brought here, bro, to be a dude. If you want to be up and down in an emotional roller coaster, then, bro, you can get out of here, dude.
Well, I don't know about that, TC. Thanks for the call. I don't know about that. The first part I'm good with. Second part, we don't know what's happening. We don't actually know if anything is happening, but it's not easy to separate. So I can't rock with you on that one, TC. You're still my guy, but I can't rock with you on that one because we don't know, and it's easier said than done to separate this stuff. And like I said, he's playing. I gave the comparison to Andrew Wiggins a couple years ago when he wasn't playing. So we can't go that route, TC. But you're still my guy, and it's just look. I get it. It stinks right now. But how much of that is what's going on? How much of that is, DeMar DeRozan? Look, let's think about when Zach was balling out. Let's think about when Zach was balling out in Chicago. Who wasn't there? DeMar DeRozan. It was Zach's show, him and a true point guard, right? Obviously, Kobe White is a shooter, right? He's a scorer. but the makeup of the team made more sense. Zach, go cook. He can't really cook the same way. So I can't rock with you on that, TC. We're all humans before athletes, and we don't know what's going on. So can't get down like that, man. Can't get down like that. All right, Kyle, time for you to get down. 2022. I'm not going to say the team. I'm going to leave it to you. Give us some hope here, Kyle, because we need it right now.
All right. So you sent me on a fun little journey this morning where you asked, is there another situation or situations where a team like the Kings in the past has turned it around? This is kind of similar to your thing of, has a team ever fired a coach and traded their best player and contended in the same season?
Yes.
So I scoured the histories of NBA analogs, and I found one example that is pretty close to what the Sacramento Kings have gone through thus far this season. So this team, which we'll reveal in a second, but with a first-year head coach, began the season 1-12.
Okay.
They played about 500 basketball leading up to the All-Star break before making a trade for one of their 3 core pieces. Does that sound similar at all to the Sacramento Kings situation?
Yes.
Okay. And then that team, with their best player out for most of March, was 11 games below 500 on March 27th.
Okay.
With, as I mentioned, their aforementioned best player out for an extended period of time. They ended up getting the 9 seed, won the 9-10 play-in game, got to the 8 seed, beat the Los Angeles Clippers on the road in the 8-9 play-in game, got the 8 seed in the West. In game 2 of the Western Conference first round, beat the number 1 seed who had won 64 games that season without their best player. And although they ultimately went on to lose in 6 games in the first round, they were a below 500 team that got the 9 seed and ended up making it to the playoffs and winning 2 playoff games against a 64-win number 1 seed.
And that team was?
That team was the 2022 New Orleans Pelicans.
Wow. You know, I remember that now, because that was when, these dudes get Zion back. The Pelicans are going to be a problem in 2023.
Which, the other thing I would add is, it's a team that hadn't made the playoffs prior to this. And the Kings had the Beam Team run, but we're just talking about a team that, with this group of guys, are kind of figuring it out for the first time.
Wow.
Combination of young guys and veterans. So to go into the details, it was Willie Green's first season coaching the Pelicans. They were 1-12. Then at the trade deadline, they traded Josh Hart, Nickeil Alexander-Walker, another player, I think it was Tomas Satoransky, and the first-round pick that became Chris Murray to Portland for CJ McCollum. And so after making that trade in the middle of the season, they finished, first of all, at this time during that season, they were 11 games below 500. They finished the season with 36 wins, which was good enough to get the 9 seed that year in the West.
Right.
And as a 36-win team, they ended up making a run through the play-in, getting the 8 seed. I pulled the starting lineup for that game they won against the 64-win Phoenix Suns. Starting lineup was, tell me if this sounds familiar at all, CJ McCollum.
Okay.
Brandon Ingram. Kind of similar
Malik
to
LaVine and DeRozan.
Yep. Then you got Herb Jones,
Keegan Murray,
Jackson Hayes, doesn't quite fit.
Right.
And starting at center, Jonas Valanciunas.
Wow.
Absolutely one sauce.
It's not over, people.
With no Zion Williamson, a.k.a. Domantas Sabonis, for most of the second half of the season.
It's not over, people.
You can get a 6-game playoff series against the number 1 seed.
It's not over.
New Orleans showed it to us. It's possible.
The path is right there. Then after the path, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter about out there. We'll handle after the path. once we're after the path.
A 9 seed that was below 500 that won 2 games against the defending Western Conference champions who won 64 games in the regular season.
That's literally it. That's literally it. The only thing that would worry me is how bad the play-in was that season, because the play-in is going to be much better this season.
Let me give you a little tidbit. So the 10 seed was the San Antonio Spurs.
Okay.
Who I think that was the year DeJounte Murray made the All-Star
Was
team.
DeMar DeRozan? No. He was in Chicago.
He was gone.
Chicago.
This was the year that DeJounte Murray and Keldon Johnson were,
When I thought DeJounte Murray was going to be the next dude.
Yeah. You want to know what the 7-8 game was that year?
Who was it?
It was the 8-seeded Los Angeles Clippers against the 7-seeded Minnesota Timberwolves.
Wow. Are y'all hearing this?
If you'll remember, that was the year that Patrick Beverley chucked the jersey into the crowd.
Oh, my goodness.
And jumped on the table.
Are y'all hearing this right now? It's right in front of you. Who's listening right now from the Kings? I know you're out there. It's all right in front of you.
You got to believe, man. It's already happened before.
The blueprint is there.
Again, they won a playoff game on the road against a number 1 seed with CJ McCollum, Brandon Ingram, Herb Jones, Jackson Hayes, and Jonas Valanciunas. That's basically the Kings without Sabonis.
There you go. The blueprint is there. You go out there tonight and you take what's yours. Because I saw the Celtics. I got thank you notes like Jimmy Fallon late night. Thank you, Boston Celtics, for whooping on the Suns with no Jason Tatum. It's all right in front of you. Sacramento, you go out there and you take what's yours. You take what's ours. You look back and you watch film on the 2022 New Orleans Pelicans and you take what's yours. Great stuff, Kyle. On the other side, speaking about taking what's yours, Doug Christie sets the record straight on Zach LaVine's quote from after the Thunder loss. What's going on here? Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Tonight, Kings and Trailblazers. Game night with Scott Marsh and the high flyer Henry Turner starts at 5:30. Tip-off at 7.
The Kings play here on Sacktown Sports.
Sacktown Sports, 1140.
Hey, everybody. Kyle Draper here for Mercedes-Benz of Stockton. You know, sometimes you just don't want to buy brand new. I get it. I understand. Sometimes you just want to try something out. Maybe go for a lease. Well, Mercedes-Benz of Stockton is the place for you. They have great lease offers starting at $297 a month. That's right, $297 a month. You know, for over 30 years, Mercedes-Benz of Stockton has been there for the community. Whether you're buying, whether you're leasing, they're the ones you can trust. So head on down to Mercedes-Benz of Stockton right now and check out their fleet of lease vehicles. They have certified pre-owned vehicles as well, starting at just 3.49% on select models from 2021, 22, and 23. So head on down to Mercedes-Benz of Stockton. Tell them your boy Drape sent you, and trust me, they'll take care of you. They're a partner you can trust. Or you can always go online at mbofstockton.com. That's mbofstockton.com.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sacktown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
Great stuff from Kyle. Great stuff. Lost 6 games against the Phoenix Suns as a below 509 seed. The 2022 New Orleans Pelicans giving us all hope. And some of that hope will start tonight against the Blazers. We will be joined by Casey Holdall in about 15 minutes. And again, really excited for this conversation as we break down some of the differences and similarities between the Kings and the Blazers. Now, the Blazers, they kind of hit their head against the wall. They tried a bunch of different combinations with Dame and CJ and Dame and other players, going back to at one point they had Nurkic, right? And they weren't able to get over the hump, but they had some good times. Western Conference Finals. And, if it wasn't for the Warriors existing, and we could say that about a lot of teams, the Rockets are on line one, but if it wasn't for the Warriors existing, who knows? Who knows with the Portland Trail Blazers?
So here's the resume for them during that run. 8 consecutive playoff appearances. Sound familiar to anyone in Sacramento? 4 playoff series wins. Sound familiar to anyone in Sacramento? 1 Western Conference Finals run.
There you go.
You see where I'm going there. By the way, 2 of those playoff series ended on their home floor with Damian Lillard hitting buzzer beaters to close out the series.
Yeah. That's those are the memories. So now they've kind of restarted, and I wouldn't say it's the cleanest restart, but I think this is a big summer for the Jazz. I think it's a big summer for the Blazers as well. Kind of figure out, and I would say the Nets too, moving off of what you've been holding on to for 2 to 3 years. So that's coming up in 15 minutes. Kyle, as Doug Christie kind of set the record straight. So let's move in reverse here a little bit. Let's first hear what Zach LaVine said, and this was after the Celtics loss, and which I honestly thought was, what else do you want him to say? They've been losing games. Here it is.
The vibe is not good. It shouldn't be. We're not happy with the way we've been performing, individually and as a group. And the games aren't going to stop us at the point of the season. Now we're it's nut crunching time. So you figure out how to get a win. We're playing good in spurts, obviously, but that doesn't win you a game. So we understand the standings, but we just got to take it one game at a time and figure out how to get one. We can't look too far ahead in that, because if you do that, we're going to just keep snowballing like the way we are.
So that was after the Celtics loss. Then in the Thunder pregame, Brendan Nunez asked Doug about what Zach LaVine said, and he said this. Here's the quote. He was incorrect. I think when you ask a question like that after you go through a little bit of a losing streak, it's more about not being happy that you lost. Like, I'm upset that I lost. But when I addressed them upstairs, everybody sat down, and the first thing I said was, I'm happy to see that your vibe is right, because I was about to say something. But their vibe was spectacular. But that's how it's always been. And I know Zach takes this serious, and they all do. But there's also understanding that your vibe ain't only right when you're winning. But I'm not about that. And that locker room ain't going to be about that. It's going to be about trying to figure it out, trying to problem solve, uplifting my brother, supporting my brother. And that goes with however many games you lose. And at the same time, we're elated and happy when we win. But it's a process to what we have to go through. It's a lot that's happened here in a really, really short amount of time. And that's just a reality. No excuse. We expect to win every game that we go out there and play, because I think we have the talent to do that. And when it doesn't, it hurts, and it's supposed to hurt. So Doug had that to say, which is basically, hey, not that Zach was just reacting to the game. I think the vibe is good, and we have to keep a good vibe. You can have a good vibe even when you're not winning games. Then after they go on to lose to the Thunder, Keegan Murray had this to say about the vibes here.
I don't think it's bad. It's obviously not a great stretch to be in, especially this late in the year with the teams that we have just played and still have to play. And if we have a bad locker room, that's not a good sign for the rest of the season. So I think everyone's still connected together. So I'm not worried about the vibe in our locker room, so to say.
That was Keegan Murray. So Keegan is, pretty much saying, hey, I don't think the vibe is bad. We just got to win basketball games. So everybody handles, and I think what's interesting about this is that everybody handles wins and losses differently. As you probably could tell, I am very animated, win or lose. If I'm losing, you're going to hear it. If I'm winning, you're going to hear it. Other people aren't like that. And that's in every sport, right? And we've talked about this team kind of being different as it pertains to the dog conversation and excited and not excited and, how animated are you? But when it comes to the vibe, I don't really think there's much meat on this bone because they're losing games, right? I think the real question that needs to be asked is the locker room broken, right? Do y'all even still want to be out there? Are y'all just sleepwalking, waiting for the season to be over? Obviously, the vibe is not good, right? Anybody ever been a part of a losing streak? I have, and it's not on a national stage. It stinks. You can compartmentalize, and that's not even when it wasn't my job. And at a certain level it wasn't getting paid. Now I would. Hashtag NIL. But in high school, it's not your job. In, middle school, it's not your job. This is their job, so it's hard to compartmentalize. Then if they compartmentalize too much, people with a mic in front of their mouth, which is everybody now, like me, will say, well, how much do they care? Why are they laughing? Right? And that, you know what? That just kind of made me think of something. You say, how's the vibe in the locker room, right? If there was a video in the locker room while they're on a 4-game losing streak, and the video is them, and I remember this because the Giants, they did that club Giants thing, right? Where after a win, they would open up the club.
Oh, just their club dub.
Yes, their club dub. But they wouldn't do it. It was weird. Something like they wouldn't do it all the time, but they would do it even if they lost a series because they won the last game, right? Or if they're in the middle of a terrible stretch. And I remember Giants fans thinking, why the hell does Brandon Crawford have a disco ball going? This team is under 500. This team stinks. Vibe seemed pretty good, though, to me. So if there was a video of what's going on in the Kings locker room and we see them laughing and hee-heeing and ha-ha and everyone's having a good time, the vibes would look like they were great and fans would probably be ticked off and media would be writing, seems like the Kings aren't really bothered. So I don't really know what we're asking of the athlete here, because how can you have a good vibe but also show that you care? So you ask a question like that, and the vibe is good. We're small talking, right? But we all know, again, this is our job, that we stink right now and that we've been getting embarrassed. So it's a fair question. You got to ask the question, but in a way, no pun intended, because they got 4 of them in a row, it's kind of a lose-lose.
Well, this is one of those circumstances where the obsession over the sports team and the sports fandom gets a little bit ridiculous. Right? Because it's like you can be happy, but not too happy, but you shouldn't sulk, because then sulking feels like you're in a bad mood. And if you're in a bad mood, then you've quit, but you don't want to be labeled a quitter. So it's like there is no win in this situation. So I think that's why all of it is so ridiculous, and why you probably don't have to microanalyze everything that's happening within a locker room, especially when we know Zach LaVine's going through something right now, or at least he took a personal day to miss a day last week, and we suspect there may be something more going on there. And he's the one who's just talking about vibes might not be as good after you've just gotten your doors blown off by the Boston Celtics in a game where you also had to watch Jason Tatum go down with an ankle injury that I'm sure didn't feel good.
So to me, at this point, look, man, you got 9, 10 games left, whatever it is. I really don't care about vibes. I really don't. It's Al Davis time. Just win, baby. Just win. I don't care about the vibes. I really don't. Vibes are good. It's a make or miss league. It's a good vibes or bad vibes league. You win or lose. Just win. And then the vibes will be fine. And those questions will go away. Just win a game. And it starts tonight against the team that Casey Holdall covers, the Trailblazers. And we talk to Casey on the other side. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Consolidated Communications.
I'm Tamara Berg in the KCRA 3 Weather Center for your Thursday. Bit of everything in the forecast after a mild beginning to the day. We have overcast skies and the chance for a few showers on and off again during the afternoon. We'll also have a breezy day with gusts up to 25 miles an hour, highs in the mid-60s. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA 3 News and the KCRA 3 app.
Want internet with more speed and less frustration? Fidium Fiber Internet is better because it's built to deliver more bandwidth and speeds up to 2 gigs. Switch today and you can kiss buffering and weak Wi-Fi goodbye. Visit fidiumfiber.com.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-444-2013. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-444-2013. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-444-2013. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-444-2013. 800-444-2013.
Big savings are back at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop. New Hondas are piling up, and that means big savings for you.
Looking to own or lease? During the spring sales event, drive a brand new Accord or Civic. Visit us today at FolsomLakeHonda.com, your one-stop Honda shop.
As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our #1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
Are you tired of your tee shots ending up in the adjoining fairway while the rest of your foursome is hitting it down the middle? Well, experts will tell you that being properly fitted for golf clubs will help you strike your drive center cut. The Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio and its team of trained PGA professionals are ready to help you get rid of your banana balls and duck hooks. Hagen Oaks Indoor-Outdoor Player Performance Studio fittings are available 7 days a week. Make yours today by calling 916-808-2531. That's 808-2531.
Whitey here reminding you that not all grills are created equal. When buying a new grill, every detail matters. For March, grab a $149 gift with purchase of every new Napoleon Prestige stainless steel grill, including a pizza lover starter kit and much more. More March savings include up to $79 off Rogue models. Napoleon grills are built different, built better, built to last, with a lifetime warranty and premium stainless steel that boasts quality. See how Napoleon will help you achieve the perfect grilling experience. Visit Green Acres Nursery today with your best selection of Napoleon grills and accessories.
Experience the excitement of Sacramento Rivercats baseball at Sutter Health Park. From thrilling plays on the field to fun in the stands with family and friends, Rivercats baseball is for everyone. Enjoy lively entertainment all season long, the best ballpark food around, some of the finest views of the city, and baseball memories with the Sacramento Rivercats to last a lifetime. Grab your tickets now at rivercats.com.
Sacramento's premier country music festival, Country in the Park, is coming back May 16th and 17th at Cal Expo with Bailey Zimmerman, Billy Currington, Cole Wetzel, Nate Smith, and more. You'll enjoy food trucks, rock walls, and a mechanical bull, line dancing, and more. Single-day GA tickets start at $52 at CITPFest.com. Country in the Park, May 16th and 17th with Paul Mitchell, The School, Sacramento, and Stoney's Rockin' Rodeo. Find out more at CITPFest.com.
Thunder, feel the thunder.
It ignites something inside of you.
Lightning and the thunder.
Sets alight an elevated state of being. Days are pure exhilaration. And the nights, they're simply electric. See it, hear it, feel it.
Thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder.
Thunder Valley Casino Resort. Feel the thunder.
Hey Mom, hey Dad, spring break is just around the corner. Take advantage of the extra time with your kids and schedule a fun and convenient dental appointment at Kids Care Dental and Orthodontics. It's our mission to deliver more fun and less fear. Our dental rock stars strive to give nothing but the best experience to both parents and kids. We have several convenient appointments available this week, even on Saturdays. With locations throughout the Sacramento area, we have a practice near you. To book online, go to kidscaredental.com. That's kidscaredental.com, where you can schedule an appointment today.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sacktown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
Halfway through the 11 o'clock hour, and as promised, we are joined by Casey Holdall, who covers the Blazers, beat reporter and insider. Casey, thank you so much for joining us. Reached out and happy you could hop on the show to talk about your Blazers. How you doing?
I'm doing great. How you doing?
Good. Casey, let's start here, as we really wanted to talk to you because of where the Blazers are at in this rebuilding process. As the Kings, as you know, they've been through a lot, and trying to figure out what the path should be next for the Sacramento Kings. Right now, Casey, what would you say is the feeling on the direction of the Portland Trail Blazers?
I feel like, this season, more so than last season, and I think maybe for the first time in a couple seasons. I mean, because, obviously, you get to the end of the Damian Lillard kind of era in Portland, and you kind of, even the last year he was there, you could kind of see which direction it was going. Mm-hmm. And so, then that obviously, when you trade a player like Dame, that's going to, if you were kind of rebuilding before, which I feel like the Blazers were, that really kind of throws your rebuild into kind of full motion, because, you're basically stating like, yeah, we're going to trade our best player and kind of, reassess. Mm-hmm. And so, I would say that this year, particularly in the second half of this season, I think it's probably the first time that the fan base in the last couple of years probably looks at the team and says, like, okay, like I see the direction they're going. The last year was kind of just a straight up acquisition mode. Let's get players, and however things shake out on the court, that's going to be what it is. But this year, it actually seemed like, they were actually playing to win, while a lot of teams this season have gone the other direction with such a great draft coming up. The Blazers have really gone out there and tried to improve on the court by winning. And, by making some of the moves they made in the offseason, last year. So getting Deni Avdija, bringing in DeAndre Ayton, getting Toumani Camara in that trade with DeAndre Ayton. And then, drafting Scoot, I think and then drafting Donovan Clingan last year, I think, you're starting to kind of see the bones of where they want this roster to get to. You add in Shaedon Sharpe there as well. So I would say they're kind of in the early middle of their rebuild. I think, it's still a few seasons away, but I think in terms of like at least having a product on the floor that on a night-to-night basis could conceivably win games, I think that's kind of where they're at now, whereas before last year it was like, hey, if they're not going to lose by 20, that feels like kind of a victory. So they're getting more competitive while also still adding talent is where they're at, I would say.
So there are a couple names on the Blazers that come up every trade season, and they haven't moved yet, right? So the DeAndre Aytons of the world, the Jeremy Grants of the world, does this offseason feel like the offseason that they might get moved, or is it just not going to happen?
I could see anything happening this offseason. I do think, kind of to your broader points, they are getting to the point where it's like, they've done the, having veterans while having young players as well, and it's worked. But I also do think that at a certain point in time, you probably got to kind of make some decisions on some guys and live with the results. I think that, they have been aggressive from everything I can tell, everything I've heard for the last couple of seasons, particularly at the deadlines. But, I think, with the new CBA and kind of the transition that teams have had to go to in terms of kind of figuring that out and then figuring out their cap situation, figuring out their second apron issues, and really kind of the entire league figuring out like, hey, if you don't kind of take a broader view of how you're structuring your team from a cap perspective, you're going to end up getting stuck with just a couple moves. And so I think that's maybe kind of limited some of the Blazers' options. I think they probably have some guys who, they probably wouldn't mind, maybe getting some young players or picks from. But I just don't think those deals materialized. And kind of to your point, I think it's fair to wonder too, like, are those deals going to materialize at this point? I think they probably will. But, it is hard to tell. And so I guess what I would say about that as well is that, I feel like they've done a pretty good job of straddling that line between development and also, again, having some more veteran players. And so, like, take a guy like Robert Williams, for example. Like a guy like Robert Williams, has had some injury issues. There's always rumors about, like, well, obviously Rob doesn't kind of fit with the timeline. Are they going to move him? And, there's some merit to that. But also, if you're talking about, like, oh, you'll get a second-round pick, it's like, well, that's not worth it for the Blazers to do. It's like they'd much rather have that player in their locker room, on their practice court, and hopefully healthy and on the court at some point in time, rather than just getting another second-round pick. Like, I would say, too, some of the deals that get thrown out there are like, look, guys, like, it's probably just not worth the trouble to make a move like that. And so I think they're kind of in one of those situations where there's interest in some of those players, but maybe not as much interest as they would like in terms of the assets they're going to get back. Therefore, I think the team kind of views it as like, well, I guess we could do this deal, but it's kind of a lateral move anyways. Why wouldn't we just keep the player? So I think that's kind of what they've run into the last couple of seasons in terms of asset acquisition with those veteran players.
Talking to Casey Holdall, who covers the trail. I said who trails the Blaze, who covers the trail.
That works.
Who covers the Trailblazers, beat reporter and insider. To that end, Casey, let's talk about some of the young talent. Who would you consider, or who do you think that the Blazers front office considers, quote unquote, and we love to do this, untouchable? Who is untouchable on the Blazers?
Sure. Well, I mean, I always preface this question by saying, like, there's like 5 players in the NBA who are untouchable. Mm-hmm. I thought Luka Doncic was untouchable. Right, so, like it kind of makes you reevaluate what the word even means when things like that happen. So, like, anyone on the Blazers could be had for the right price. I mean, let's just be straight up. Like, when you're a team that's in the place that they're in right now, like, you don't get to be so discerning that you'd be like, oh, no, we wouldn't move this guy. But I will say that players like Deni Avdija, players like Toumani Camara, I think players like Shaedon Sharpe, players like Donovan Clingan, I think particularly they're young guys who they like, you'd have to come in with something pretty nice to even kind of get a conversation there started. I see Deni get thrown out there a lot because he's had a great season, and I think people look at him and assume that, like, he's a little bit too far along in terms of where the Blazers are in the rebuild. I would disagree with that. He's younger than Toumani Camara, who is a second-year player who they also really love. Like, a guy like Toumani, again, a second-round guy, has really hit getting him in that trade from the Suns. A guy who has, I think, all defensive team, all NBA defense opportunities. Like, those, you're going to have to come in pretty high in order to move those guys because they really like those guys. They consider them cornerstones. And so if you're going to go out there and make a move, and those are the kind of players you're interested in, you're going to have to do a lot to get them. Same with the thing with a guy like Shaedon Sharpe. He had a little bit of an injury problem at the beginning of the season with his shoulder. He's played through it all season long. A guy who they're really excited about. And then a guy in Donovan Clingan, first year, I think they really like what they've seen out of Donovan. Getting better defensively has been something they've talked about for the last decade. Hasn't really happened. I would say until this season, Chauncey's really got this team to a point where I think they're starting to understand what they're being asked to do on defense, and they've gone out and made some moves from a personnel perspective that have kind of put the emphasis on defense. Mm-hmm. So they have made some strides there, and I feel like they view Donovan as a guy who can be a long-term kind of 10, 15-year rim-protecting vet. So, I think those are the guys who, they're not untouchable. There's no one on this team that's untouchable, but who the team really likes and has no interest in moving unless you're going to show up and plop something on the doorstep like Luka, that ain't going to happen. But like that's the kind of place where I would say those 4 guys those are players they view as long-term pieces for this team. Ergo, they're not going to move them unless it's something that makes a whole lot of sense for the Blazers.
Well, Casey, when I asked this question, how safe is Chauncey Billups? Out here in Sacramento, you could sign a deal and be fired before the ink dries. So I'm going to ask the question anyway. How safe is Chauncey Billups?
Well, yeah, I mean, I think to your broader point, who's safe in the NBA in terms of coaching? It is a hard business out there. So when I first got into the business, I worked with Nate McMillan, and I remember Nate said something to me, I was 23, 24 years old, and some coach had gotten fired that I think Nate was close with, and I was like, boy, that's really a bummer. And he's like, yeah, it is, but he's like, we're hired to be fired. Like that's why they bring us in, is to have someone to blame when things go bad. So as far as Chauncey is concerned, I think he's done a really nice job this year. I think that, I think everyone's probably getting evaluated at the end of the season. But I think that Chauncey has really grown as a coach, going from having kind of one assistant year under his belt when he first got the job. But, I'd say it was a bit of a rough transition at times for Chauncey, but he's really made a lot of progress. Love playing for him. And I feel like he's done such a good job of, being a former player. And I think maybe early on in his coaching career, he may be a little too hard in terms of thinking that because he was a former player, he can maybe say some things to former players and they would take it a certain way. Today players just aren't necessarily always like that, but I feel like Chauncey has really found a good lane in terms of understanding what a young player needs to hear while also not alienating that young player, which is, a real issue for coaches these days. You don't want to lose a guy, and then, next thing you know, his agent's asking for him to get sent somewhere else. So I think Chauncey's done a great job. I think, any kind of trying to figure out what job stability or safety is in the NBA is a fool's errand, because things can change from day to day, as you well know. But I think Chauncey's done a really nice job, and I think that he's got a whole lot of things to point to this season to say, hey, maybe it was maybe I got the job a little too soon, but I think I've earned it. I've been here. So, I think it could go either way. Beginning of the season, I think a lot of people assumed that this was kind of it for Chauncey. The way the team has played this year under him, I'm not so sure. I think there's a good chance that he will be back. But again, it's hard to make any kind of definitive statements about those things, because it's just tough. And there's also there's also going to be some openings out there this year, I would imagine, and it kind of cuts both ways. Sometimes. You want to bring a guy back, and maybe he decides, hey, if I have options, maybe I'll explore those things. So I think that, it can go a lot of different directions, but I just leave it off to say that I think Chauncey's done a great job. I think he's earned a lot of respect from people that maybe didn't respect him before.
It is a two-way street, Casey. We know that for sure. Casey Holdall, who covers the Blazers, beat reporter insider. Casey, thank you so much for joining us. This was great. We're in the Western Conference, so we'll have to have you on again.
I'm always around, Alan.
All right. Thanks so much, Casey. We'll talk to you soon. On the other side, great stuff from Casey. On the other side, we haven't had a chance to break down the Mike Bibby situation with Sac State. Are we going to do the thing with Mike Bibby? Are we going to do the thing? Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Tonight, Kings and Trailblazers. Game night with Scott Marsh and the high flyer Henry Turner starts at 5:30. Tip-off at 7.
The Kings play here on Sacktown Sports.
Sacktown Sports, 1140.
Coach Doug Christie here for your truck headquarters, reminding you that every deal at Folsom Lake Ford is a slam dunk. Shop all your favorite models on sale now, including America's best-selling truck for over 47 years, Ford F-Series, plus a huge selection of Broncos, Bronco Sports, and all of Ford's award-winning SUVs at FolsomLakeFord.com. Listen, I know a great play when I see one, and if you want to save on a new Ford, you gotta drive the lane straight to Folsom Lake Ford in the Folsom Auto Mall. Right now, buy any new Ford with zero down on approval of credit. Save big with low interest financing, and Folsom Lake Ford always pays top dollar for your trade. So hurry to Folsom Lake Ford, a 6-time Triple Crown winner for sales and service excellence. That's why they're my trusted dealer, and they should be yours too. Tell them Coach Doug Christie sent you, or shop them online at FolsomLakeFord.com.
Taxes was taxing. Now taxes is relaxing when you file for free.
I can file for free?
TurboTax Free Edition. Roughly 37% of filers qualify. Simple Form 1040 returns only. See if you qualify at turbotax.com/free. I can file for free.
Now this is taxes. File for free with TurboTax Free Edition and get your maximum refund. No schedules except for earned income tax credit, child tax credit, and student loan interest. See if you qualify at turbotax.com/free.
Progressive knows if you have to choose between everyday life and your RV wins.
What, are you going to take the RV to the mountains or go pick up your dry cleaning? RV wins! Are we cleaning the gutters or taking the RV camping? RV wins! Are we getting a new passport or cruising up the coast? RV wins!
Don't forget, you got the trip to Sweden coming up.
Oh, yeah, passport, then RV.
With Progressive, you can bundle your RV with your home or auto and save with a discount and spend more time enjoying those savings in your RV. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates, other insurers, not available in all states and situations.
With 25 award-winning years in Northern California, Ashton & Price is your local injury law firm. Pro attorney tip: if a firm presents as local but they're in LA, red flag. If your first consultation is not with a lawyer, big red flag. At Ashton & Price, your first consult is with a local attorney, and if serious injury prevents travel, a lawyer will come to you. Still not enough? George Washington's my uncle. At Ashton & Price, no red flags, just red, white, and blue.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton & Price.
The Amish have a reputation for craftsmanship, determination, and quality. Hi, this is Frank LaRosa with a word about Naturewood Home Furnishings. You know, those virtues sound quite similar to the Keys family and the day-to-day values on display at Naturewood. The Amish furniture craftsmanship begins with the finest hardwood, shaping and molding the raw materials into one-of-a-kind art. In addition to the classic styles long sought and revered by discriminating furniture lovers, Naturewood Home Furnishings offers a vast selection that includes transitional, modern, farmhouse, arts and crafts, and other stunning styles, all available in the ultimate Amish standard of excellence built over centuries. All Naturewood Amish furniture is on sale right now for a limited time. Let the Naturewood team guide you through their selection of Amish furniture that will be with you forever. Naturewood Home Furnishings, off Highway 50 at Hazel. Look for the water wheel.
Spring is here, and that means gigantic savings for all your oil change needs at Jiffy Lube today. Get a $25 gift card with the purchase of any Pennzoil Platinum full synthetic oil change through May 31st at your local Jiffy Lube service center in the greater Sacramento areas. And don't forget about the additional $30 off online coupon at jiffylube.com. Terms apply. Valid email address required. See pennzoil.com/rewards for details. Jiffy Lube, huge spring savings for you today. Come check out Capital Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room with the most variety of table games in the region in a safe and friendly environment. Plenty of well-lit parking available, conveniently located in downtown Sacramento. And remember, Capital Casino has the best food, the best service, and the best action. 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento. For more information, log on to capital-casino.com, and please gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Listen for the Toyota Tahoe Report every Thursday, Friday, and Saturday with Johnny Mosley to get the latest weather conditions in Tahoe throughout this snow season. Brought to you by your local Toyota dealers. Toyota, let's go places.
You are home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
That's great stuff from Casey Holdall, who covers the Blazers. That was outstanding. Did it make me feel better? And he said, what? They're in the middle, right, of kind of their
He said
rebuild.
early middle.
Early middle.
They're in the early middle.
And he said no one isn't. And that's how it should be. If you're fighting, as much as I said Keegan is an untouchable to me yesterday, so I'm not going back on that, right? But if you're fighting to get in a play-in, where do the untouchables start, right? Because if you have a true untouchable in Luka just kind of blew up the untouchable conversation. Or we're just saying Nico Harrison is just a different type of guy, right? And that's not the norm. If we get back to the norm of what is an untouchable, it's a really good young player. You know what's interesting, Kyle? Everyone has their dude, right? Everyone has their stud muffin. Everyone has their kind of center position that they think is really talented, and everyone has their young stud defender, right? Because when he was talking about Toumani Camara, it sounded just like how people talk about Keon Ellis. Literally. And I'm thinking, oh, yep, Blazers got a Toumani too, or Blazers got a Keon too. The Hawks have a Keon too. I feel like there are about 15 teams that feel like they have a Keon type story.
You're saying that every team has two Monty guys who...
Okay. Can you do that to yourself, please? There you go. Thank you. So it's interesting, right? You look at the Blazers, and you could argue the Blazers have a crazy amount of young talent. They have to figure out what direction they want to go in. And I'm looking, okay, well, there's Keegan, there's Keon, right? Guys like that. But besides that, other teams feel the same way about a lot of their young talent, which is why I would say if anybody is untouchable, it's Keegan. But if the right deal came around, you can't afford to have anyone untouchable right now. You're not good enough.
Yeah, and I think Portland is in this really interesting inflection point this offseason of, do we want to continue to contend, or do we want to not necessarily maximize on the young talent, but just say, let's blend the young talent with proven NBA guys now, because they have some. The problem is they all play the same position.
Oh, that too, and that's again why I wanted to talk to Casey, somebody from the Blazers, because they got multiple shooting guards, right? You got the Anthony Simons, you got Shaedon Sharpe. There's Scoot. I really wanted to ask him about Scoot. I know some of these players are slower burns. I'm thinking, so Scoot is coming off the bench for a team that's going to miss the play-in?
Yeah,
what?
They've got young players that all play the same position, which is Anthony Simons, Shaedon Sharpe, Denny Advia.
Yeah.
And then you've got all veterans that play the same position in Time Lord, DeAndre Ayton, and Jeremy Grant at the 4. So it's like maybe we could balance that out a little bit by, I'm not saying go out and get Kevin Durant, but like whatever the OG Anunoby equivalent of the trade for the Knicks was, maybe Portland makes that move, or maybe they flip Jeremy Grant for, I'm not saying Brandon Ingram specifically, but like a former All-Star who's in year 9 or 10, who's kind of just figuring out what this next stage of their career looks like.
Hey, it's happened before. A lot of elder statesmen like to spend some time in Portland. Carmelo Anthony, DeMar DeRozan. Give me DeMar DeRozan for Denny Avdia right now.
Well, yeah, but DeMar DeRozan's not a forward. DeMar DeRozan's a guard. I know he plays.
He's a 3-4.
Well, he plays for the Kings.
When I pick up the phone as the new assistant GM, hey, I got a forward for you. All it's going to cost you is Denny Advia and Toumani Camara.
I just thought of this just looking at the list of forwards and their ratings and stuff. One, Chris Middleton, that makes a lot of sense for them at this point.
Yeah.
If they wanted to give Denny Advia back to Washington, which, by the way, great trade by them. That trade was straight up Denny Advia for Bub Carrington, and I'm sure Bub Carrington might turn into someone possibly down the road, but on the surface, great move by Portland to make that flop. But or swap. Who would make a lot of sense, and maybe all you have to do is give up like Matisse Thybulle?
Who?
Our guy Harrison.
No, don't do that to Harrison, but it would make sense.
It would make a lot of sense. Put him at the 3, Grant at the 4. I'm just recreating the Sacramento Kings.
That's what you're doing. The Portland Kings. I wanted to get to this real quick, whether or not we're going to do the thing with Mike Bibby. And when I say the thing, is anybody out there, whether you are a Sac State fan or you live in Sacramento or don't live in Sacramento, we know a lot of people tune in here that aren't necessarily from Sacramento. Are we going to do the thing with Mike Bibby where it's unfair to other coaches? Because I'm going to read you. This is the write-up that I have for Mike Bibby on the Sac State website. This is his coaching experience. Recently, Bibby had assistant coaching stops with the Puerto Rican national team, the Cleveland Cavaliers, and Memphis Grizzlies Summer League teams, and the NBA G League Ignite. He coached 25 players who received collegiate scholarships during his time as head coach at Shadow Mountain High School, from 2014 to 2019 in Phoenix, Arizona. During his 6 seasons at Shadow Mountain, 5 as a head coach, he coached the team to 5 state championships, a 157-21 record, and a 72-game winning streak, and a 6-year home winning streak. So my question to the listeners out there, are we to the point now where you have whether it's coaching, whether it's an analyst, well, this person's never an analyst, well, now they're a host because people like them and they know them. Are we to the point now where we're not doing that? Remember with Steve Nash, Stephen A. Smith had a whole think piece on how Steve Nash getting that coaching opportunity was an issue, and obviously that's the NBA, and he got to coach a bunch of stars and ended up getting canned anyway. But is there a line where, hey, it's a mid-major, right? Is anybody complaining? And I'm sure there are people out there complaining. Is anybody complaining about Mike Vick at Norfolk State, right? The only people complaining, I think, are the people that thought they were in line at Norfolk State, or someone that's been coaching high school football in Virginia for a very long time. But should we do the thing with Mike Bibby, or at this point, the way things are rolling, does it just not matter anymore?
I would say in these third-tier Division I programs, which I would say is FCS college football and mid-major college basketball, I think there's a financial incentive that is lower, and so therefore you're taking less of a risk by just bringing in the famous person.
Right.
Like Dion at Jackson State has created like 6 copycats.
Yes.
So much so, and the most successful of them is Eddie George at Tennessee State, who just went to Bowling Green, I think, is now the head coach. So some of them will work out, and I think at that level, it's just such a low risk that I don't think we have to do the thing.
And here is the thing about doing the thing on the other side. Are they also showing us, not me, I'm not saying me, but are they also debunking how hard coaching is in a way?
It's not necessarily how hard coaching is. It's just at these lower levels, you can take more risks, right? I think it's not that coaching isn't hard. It's that nobody knows what makes a good coach.
Right.
Like no one who does the hiring, sometimes nobody who's even in the positions knows what makes a good coach.
Well, and I think to your point, Eddie George, he's going to go to Bowling Green, so we'll see. But to your point, it also comes down to talent, right? If you're at an FCS or you're at a mid-major, a Sac State, if I have enough talent just because I'm Mike Bibby and people want to come here, enough talent is going to get you a certain amount of wins in the conference that you're in. The coaching aspect doesn't necessarily come into play until you get to those higher levels, and I would say. And
the NIL aspect of it is, again, a smaller incentive because at some of these schools, all you need is like a high 6-figure NIL budget.
Yeah.
And if you look up what an Eddie George or a Mike Bibby or a Michael Vick made in their professional careers, like putting together a high 6 figures NIL budget is not as financially hamstringing as it is at other places.
Yeah, and you don't have to worry about, I mean, you're paying them, but it's, hey, just to keep the lights on. You know, you're not, battling with coaches, up-and-coming coaches that need the money, right? So there's just a lot more freedom. So we have decided we're not doing the thing, okay? Because I think you can only do the thing with J.J. Redick with the Lakers, right? You can only do the thing with pros because I don't even know if it matters the same. It just wouldn't happen in high-level college sports. A sneak peek at how next year might look in the Western Conference. We get into that when we return. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Get 5 quarts of O'Reilly full synthetic motor oil and a MicroGuard oil filter for $29.99. In-store only. Limit supply.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Jerry and Kenny here from Bell Brothers. And if you've even thought of replacing your old, outdated, inefficient windows, now is the time to take action.
Right now at Bell Brothers, when you buy one window, you'll get the second one for 30% off. That's right. Buy one, get the second one 30% off.
That's real savings, up to $6,000. You have to buy at least 4 windows to qualify, and you can't mix windows and doors. But beyond that, every second window is 30% off.
For example, when you buy 10 windows, you will get 5 windows at 30% off. We also have 0% interest financing available for qualified buyers. Call for details.
To take advantage of our buy one, get one 30% off sale, Call Bell Brothers now at 916-444-1234 or find us online at theNoSurpriseGuys.com.
The No Surprise Guys, Bell Brothers.
Hi, I'm Justin Gingery from the law firm of Gingery, Hammer & Associates. When you have been injured by the fault of another, you will want advice you can trust. If you know an attorney you can trust, I hope you call that person. But if you don't, please call me. I promise I will be the attorney you can trust, along with my entire team. I have been helping accident survivors recover compensation for their injuries for 25 years, and we can help you. There is no charge for calling. If you have an injury, just call Gingery.
Progressive knows if you have to choose between everyday life and your RV, RV wins.
What, are you going to take the RV to the lake or clean out your closet? RV wins! Putting the dishes away or taking the RV camping? RV wins! Cleaning the fridge or taking a trip to the beach? RV wins!
You might want to clean the fridge real quick because, mold.
We clean out the fridge, then take the RV out.
With Progressive, you can bundle your RV with your home or auto and save with a discount and spend more time enjoying those savings in your RV. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states and situations.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com
I'm ready!
and get ready for the workday.
Big savings are back at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop. New Hondas are piling up, and that means big savings for you.
Looking to own or lease? During the spring sales event, drive a brand new Accord or Civic. Visit us today at FolsomLakeHonda.com, your one-stop Honda shop.
As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our #1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
Get ready, NorCal. The Lodi Beer Fest and State Barbecue Championship is on Saturday, April 26th at the Lodi Grape Festival grounds. There will be something for everyone. Craft beers from over 50 breweries, live music, outrageous food, games, plus taste barbecue from world-class barbecue teams. For tickets and more information, go to grapefestival.com. Must be 21 years of age or older to attend. The Lodi Beer Fest, where great brews meet legendary cues. Saturday, April 26th in Lodi.
Hello, Sacramento. I'm Emran Pilati, owner of True Sports Cards and Collectible Store here in Rockland, California, and the host of the True Sports Cards Show that airs right here on Sacktown Sports 1140 every Saturday from 10 to 11 a.m., where we discuss the latest trends, hottest products, and deliver exclusive interviews with other industry leaders. And don't forget to visit our shop, True Sports Cards, at 6661 Stanford Ranch Road in Rockland and see what we have for all your sports card and memorabilia needs.
Get ready for the high-octane action. It's the 76th season opener at the Stockton 99 Speedway, March 29th. Watch the intense racing action as the Stockton Late Models, NorCal Mini Stocks, NorCal Legend Series, Pure Stocks, and Fast Car Solutions Mini Modifieds tear up the track. It's fast, it's thrilling, it's non-stop action you don't want to miss. Family-friendly fun, food, and excitement for everyone. Gates open at 5 p.m. Racing starts at 6. Stockton 99 Speedway, where speed and excitement come to life. March 29th. Be there for the 76th season opener. For tickets, visit Stockton99.com.
KHD 1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
Sacktown Sports 1140.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sacktown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
$12. Taking up to 2 p.m. Then we'll hand you over to the drive, guys. Baseball, first pitch. Well, what is it? The third pitch, actually? Fourth pitch? How many did they play out there?
This is the 55th inning of baseball this year.
Yeah. Looking here, Brewers, Yankees about to get going. About 2 minutes here. Orioles, Blue Jays, Red Sox at Rangers, Phillies at Nationals, Braves at Kyle's Padres. That'll be rocking. Pirates at Marlins, Giants at Reds, Guardians at Royals, Angels at White Sox, Mets at Astros, Twins at Cardinals.
For that opening day, how much do you think the get-in price is for Pirates and Marlins?
Oh man, we should look that up. Is it at Marlins? It doesn't.
I believe so.
Yeah, that would be a little bit more expensive because it is Skeens, right? Of course.
Oh, Fox Sports gave us the answer. So here is the get-in price for every opening day game today, which ironically, Pirates and Marlins is not.
Well, I was going to say because of Skeens.
Yeah, Pirates and Marlins is not the lowest, actually.
Yeah, Skeens is. Let me guess what's the lowest. Let me go through here real quick. I want to nail this.
Hey, now.
I have. I think I found it. It's tough because it's a big city, but I'm pretty sure it could be A's Mariners, but I'm going to go with Angels at White Sox.
Angels at White Sox is
really
incorrect. That is fourth lowest of the 13 games today at $33. This is cheapest available ticket.
Man, I thought I nailed that. Fourth?
That's fourth. We mentioned Pirates and Marlins is second. If you want to play a fun game, anyone listening, just look at the Marlins starting lineup. I know like two people.
Is it Cubs at Diamondbacks?
That's pretty middle of the pack at $80.
Then is it A's at Mariners?
No, that is third lowest.
Okay, this team is a playoff team. Is it Guardians at Royals?
That's like Royals are third highest. That's like a celebration out there in Kansas City. That's like the Giants and Reds is the highest ticket price.
Is it
Cincinnati like cancels Christmas?
Don't tell me it's Giants at Reds.
That's the highest because it's Cincinnati's. It's like a national holiday or a city holiday for opening day.
This is crazy.
I was gonna say it's one you would not expect.
Red Sox at Rangers.
No, I think you only have like four possible choices left.
Mets at Astros? It's not Tigers at Dodgers.
So you're going to hit every game before you get to the one.
It's Brewers at Yankees? No way. Oh, Orioles at Blue Jays. Wow.
There you go. $12 to go watch Orioles at Blue Jays.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, the Orioles are a good team. We don't know what. Vlade is trying to get traded every single.
That stadium is also like 80,000 seats or something.
Yeah, that makes sense. I should have nailed that. All right. As we are going to get into a little bit of A's talk as we got some text coming in about that. The 209 says the Blazers are in the same spot as the Kings, ... but then they signed Grant. I don't know if that's a good ... or not because Grant, it's a lot of people think that's a terrible contract.
Well, it's also misremembering how that went down back in 2023 because if you'll remember, they drafted Scoot Henderson with Dame still on the team. Dame didn't request a trade at that point. He's like, I want to see what you guys are cooking here.
Right.
Then they gave Jeremy Grant $160 million. And then Damian Lillard requested a trade 2 weeks later.
Now
so they kind of got stuck on that contract.
Now I'm done seeing what you're cooking. Yeah, good shout on the Blazers. I do think there are some similarities there. Hopefully the Kings can take care of business. Got a sneak peek at how the West might look next season. Okay, the Western Conference standings since February 7th based on net rating. Every team has played between 21 and 23 games, so about 25% of a season. So you're essentially saying, Kyle, how they're ending the season could carry into next season.
Yeah, I forgot to make the note. This is post-trade deadline.
Yes.
So I'm saying that if you go back in time, the post-trade deadline standings often give us an inclination of how the next season is going to start to look. It's not perfect, obviously, because there's off-season trades, but in recent years, it's a pretty good inclination of how the next season is going to go.
So you have the Thunder in the 1 seed, the Warriors in the 2 seed, the Clippers in the 3 seed, the Timberwolves in the 4 seed, Rockets in the 5 seed, Denver Nuggets in the 6 seed, Lakers in the 7 seed, Blazers in the 8 seed, Grizzlies in the 9 seed. Interesting. and the Kings in the 10 seed. The Grizzlies just tick me off. I don't know how. They just don't make any sense to me.
Yeah, they're the rare team that has the best depth in the league, but their problem is they don't have a top 20 player.
Yeah, they just make absolutely no sense to me. And the Kings in that 10 seed, that does make sense to me. Obviously, there's going to be a lot of movement. I think the Phoenix Suns are going to exit the chat. I think the Phoenix Suns, Kevin Durant's gone. Therefore, I think the Mavericks are going to move up, right? If we look at some of the teams that are going to hang around, I think the Warriors are going to be comfortable in that 4 to 6 range just based on age. I don't see them able to hold on to. I don't think they feel like they need a 2 seed, anything like that.
Well, and there's the one part that I didn't mention with the Suns exiting the chat, which is, of course, as you like to say, Wemby is coming.
And Wemby, they're not even listed here.
And he's bringing a fox with him.
Yeah, they're not even the alien and the fox. Maybe they'll like that. They'll like that nickname better. So we know the Thunder are going to be top 6. Let's start here. We know the Thunder are going to be top 6. I don't know that we know the Warriors are going to be top 6. They're just so old. So I'm not going to say I know, right? I'm not going to say I know.
They're in the honeymoon phase right now with Jimmy Butler.
I know the Nuggets are going to be in the top 6. I think I know.
Barring injury.
Do I know that the Rockets are going to be in the top 6?
The Rockets might make us trade for a big star this offseason.
But do I know?
I mean, we don't know anything. That's why this exercise is more so just a gauge. It's also only like a quarter of a season, which is, think about where the Kings were a quarter of the way through this season.
Yeah. I think I'm willing to say I know with the Rockets. I hate to say it, but I think I have to. The Lakers, I'd say I know they're going to be in the top 6. So that's 4 right there. And I didn't even include the Warriors on purpose. The Blazers, no. Grizzlies, hell no. Kings, I don't know. There's no way I can say
it sounds like you have 5 teams you're confident in, and then 6 through 12 is like, who knows?
Yeah, I have 4 teams I'm confident in, and I'm confident in some combination of the Grizzlies, Suns, or Mavericks. One of those 3 will fill that 5th spot.
Okay.
So the 5th is, there are 5 teams filled right now, without counting the Warriors.
Are you saying the Timberwolves instead of the Suns? Because you said the Suns were going to exit.
Well, then it ain't the Suns then.
Yeah.
Then it's the Mavericks or the Grizzlies to round out the 5.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, I just think it's interesting to look at it. And again, the Kings have had their injuries. Everyone's had their injuries. But it just kind of gives you a gauge of like, how does this Kings team stack up against the reshaped Western Conference?
Yeah.
And the answer is they're like in the bottom third, honestly. I mean, it's not great to say it out loud, but you understand why San Antonio's fallen off. We're not even mentioning New Orleans. New Orleans could have a turnaround just because of being healthy next year.
Well, I'm not doing New Orleans because I tried to do that last season. I've done it for a couple seasons now, and they've just continued.
Yeah, but they could be a play-in team next year.
Well, they did get into the play. Yeah, funny enough, right? They did beat the Kings to get into the play-in.
I think the reason they're so atrocious this year is, like, if we're doing a pie, like 70% injuries and then 30% everything else. But Memphis was probably something like that last year, and Memphis is, in the 5 and 6 just 1 year later. But they also drafted well, and I do not trust New Orleans to draft well.
On the other side, we get into a little bit of baseball as we're getting some texts about the A's and some fans out there choosing the A's over the Kings tonight for their viewing pleasure. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
All guests and callers join us from the Folsom Lake Honda Hotline. Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Elk Grove Honda.
I'm Tamara Berg in the KCRA 3 Weather Center for your Thursday. Kind of a mixed bag of weather conditions out there. Some breaks of sun, some clouds, and the occasional shower possible. It's also going to be a touch breezy, so watch out if you struggle with allergies. Temperatures today in the mid-60s. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA 3 News and the KCRA 3 app.
At Elk Grove Honda, we've acquired some of the best pre-owned cars we can find. Whether you purchase a new Honda or a like-new pre-owned Honda, Elk Grove Honda has the right Honda at the right price. In the Elk Grove Auto Mall, Highway 99 and Elk Grove Boulevard, or elkgrovehonda.com.
I gotta get an Elk Grove Honda. Buckle up, race fans. The 2025 Metal Cloak NorCal Stampede is coming in full throttle on Saturday, March 29th at Prairie City SVRA. The Ultra 4 USA West Coast Series kicks off with a high-octane showdown, where fearless drivers will push their machines to the limit over massive jumps, punishing rock obstacles, and high-speed straightaways. This is off-road racing at its wildest. Don't miss it. Tickets are just $30 at the gate, and camping is available. Prairie City SVRA in Rancho Cordova. Be there.
Insurance companies perform a very valuable service, but they want to keep their money. Although most cases settle before trial, it is paramount that the insurance companies know that if pressed, your legal team has the experience to take your case all the way. For 25 years, Ashton and Price has earned the reputation that if the insurance company isn't fair, we're ready to force them to be fair. My mom used to warn me, wait till dad gets home. Think of us as dad. The best part, there's no fee until we win.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton and Price.
Allen Stiles
You can join the show by texting 916-339-1140.
on Sacktown Sports.
$12:15 as we proceed to take you up to 2 p.m. Saw this text from the 916 from Jeff. Hey, Alan, I really don't care too much how the Kings do for the rest of the season. Apathy has set in, and I'm tired of being so invested. Too much drama. I'll watch the beginning of the game, but if they're getting smoked by the Blazers, I'm switching over to the A's game. That's from Jeff. Now, I don't know if Jeff was always an A's fan or is now a Sacramento A's fan, but the A's play tonight. They are taking on the Seattle Mariners, who they're always being talked about as, hey, is this the season they're going to figure things out? They got some good talent out there. So I do wonder, is this an opportunity for the Athletics to grab some fans early on? If they start out hot, meanwhile, the Kings are just kind of and the season's going to end anyway, and it's definitely not going to end in June, probably going to end in April. There is an opportunity for the A's to shoot out of a cannon and say, hey, we got something that can keep the fun going here or restart the fun out here in Sacramento, as we are days away. They're going to finish this series or start and finish this series in Seattle. Then we have Major League Baseball in Sacramento very, very soon. So if the A's get off to a hot start or even just a respectable start, right? March 31st against the Cubs, place is going to be rocking. I'm seeing a lot of people wear A's gear. I had no clue if they were A's fans prior or now they're A's fans. I know it's weird because they will leave, but hey, they're here while they're here.
If you just now started becoming an A's fan when they moved to Sacramento, I haven't met one of those people yet, but if you're out there, please text in, please call in. Like, I commend you if that's the direction you've gone after everything that's happened with the A's, because it's been hard not to notice what's happening with the A's, right? Like, even if you want to root for the team, it's hard to not pay attention to everything that just happened in Oakland with them leaving. So if someone who is now becoming an A's fan that they're in Sacramento, that would be quite the journey of your fandom if you now decide from this point forward, I want to root for the A's, which, hey, maybe they'll give you something to cheer about this year.
I don't know how many Sacramento fans have bought stuff yet. That's why I'm saying I think there are Sacramento fans that are, okay, let's see what happens. I'll get out to a game eventually. But as far as investing in apparel, I don't think we're there yet. If they come out, if the A's come out and go 7-3 or 8-2, 7-3 in their first 10 games, I think that people will say, man, this is a lot more refreshing than watching the Kings just swim in place forever. So I don't know that they're buying stuff yet, but I do think that there are people that are interested in what will happen.
Is that because of the newness of it all?
Of course.
Okay.
Of course. I mean, the Cubs, that's a historic team. Couldn't tell you who's on it, as we might play some who he played for. Oh, Kyle Tucker.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Kyle Tucker's the big one.
And didn't they cash out Dansby Swanson years ago?
Is he still there? Maybe.
I mean, he hasn't been gone that long.
Okay, well, they still have Dansby, right? So, you get to see a historic team in your backyard. Wow, this is pretty cool. Now, we'll talk more about this when we get to opening day. But yeah, how things will be dispersed, as Joe Giroux's former coworker, now friend and friend of the show, ran into Joe at the Cavs game, which was the last game the Kings won. So shout out to Joe. Joe, you got to go back. We got to get you some tickets so the Kings can win again. But Joe says you think there'll be more A's fans or Cubs fans in the building. So that's funny. A's fans versus people from Sacramento versus Cubs fans.
Yeah.
So I think that I still think there will be more A's fans. I do.
I think there will be more people from Sacramento, but...
Yes, I would say that's number one.
Yeah, but it's hard to draw the line, because if you're going from Sacramento, you're not necessarily going as a neutral party.
Well, then that's an A's fan. So that's an A's fan.
But is it an A's fan, or is it someone who is going to watch the A's?
They're A's now. They're A's now.
I don't know. I'm going to go hate watch a couple of A's games this year. So does that make me just a person from Sacramento who's going to watch the A's?
Mm-hmm. 510 says, hey, Ty from Sac. Every baseball fan I know that's not an A's fan is rocking with the A's. I'm assuming in Sacramento. We're all Giants fans, stoked for the A's to be here, though. So you have that subset, right, which I would fall into, where you're repping, and I'm not saying I'm repping Sacramento, but a Sacramentan that is a Giants fan. But now this team's in your backyard, right? Even though they're not going to be here forever. Look, the rules are all broken now.
Well, yeah, because this has literally never happened before. In the history of North American professional sports, this has literally never happened before. What's going to happen on Monday will literally be a once-in-a-lifetime situation, which is a baseball team temporarily playing in a completely different city before they move to a third city in an extended period of time. It's not like, a hurricane or a natural disaster forces a team from their home. It's like, this is our temporary home in a completely different city, and we're going to be here for half a decade.
Hey, we don't know. It could vary.
I mean, 4 years.
Yes, it could vary. So, there's a lot of excitement around. This is from Mark Kotze. He said this, and this is from an article from our guy trying to get him on the show before opening day, Martin Gallegos. You're going to want to follow him if you're getting on this A's, I'm not going to say bandwagon because they haven't won yet, but this A's train, if you will. Martin Gallegos, who covers the A's for MLB.com, wrote this article, and it includes this quote from Mark Kotze. Quote, "This group believes in themselves," said manager Mark Kotze. "The culture is starting to come together. A lot of times it takes time when you get new guys into the group to kind of assimilate. But from what I've watched over the last 4 weeks, they seem to all pretty much like each other." And look, Mark Kotze, been around baseball for a long time, so he understands how much at least liking each other a little bit matters. So the A's are looking to surprise some people. Like I said, 74.5. We're going to knock down that number tonight with the A's getting a W. That's my prediction.
What was the DeRosa quote I made fun of? They're going to scare some people.
They're going to scare some people.
But that's code word for your team's not good, though.
No, it's code word for your team could be good soon, but we don't know if they'll be good now.
Anytime I hear that, I just immediately dismiss. And it's not an A's thing. It's just that if someone says, they're going to scare some people, that's code word for I don't want to say they're tanking.
But isn't that the same as the dark horse pick?
Yes. Yes.
But yeah, and I think we talked about this. How often does a dark horse pick actually win? Because I think last season the Mavs would have been a dark horse pick. They didn't win, but I'll still take that.
But what happens? A dark horse surprises some people.
Yeah. And they're going to surprise some people starting tonight in Seattle. Will Brock Purdy surprise some people with his price tag? There are reports that this guy is going to get cashed out. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Tonight, Kings and Trailblazers. Game night with Scott Marsh and the high flyer Henry Turner starts at 5:30. Tip-off at 7.
The Kings play here on Sacktown Sports.
Sacktown Sports, 1140.
What if your business could see beyond what is and into what can be? What if you could create more impact in every decision? What if you had a partner as visionary as you are? With Bank of America, you get access to our trusted experts, real-time insights, and digital tools. So whether you run a local shop or a global enterprise, you're backed by business solutions to make every move matter. What would you like the power to do? Find out how at bankofamerica.com/banking for business. Bank of America is proud to be the official bank sponsor of FIFA World Cup 2026.
Hey, fellow Gen Xers, it's Elizabeth Banks. Big news. The recommended age for pneumococcal pneumonia vaccination has been lowered to 50 and older, even if you're healthy. It's up to us to lead the charge. After all, we gave the world the internet. We're trailblazers. Let's lead the way again because we are at over 6 times greater risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Gen X, this is our shot. Head to vaxassist.com and schedule today. That's vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Tom's Watch Bar has the best happy hour in Sacramento, starting with $5 specials all day, every day. Plus select $7 appetizers and $12 entrees. With 360-degree viewing and game day vibes that match being at the game. Tom's Watch Bar is the ultimate game day experience for sports fans. Have you ever dreamed of shopping for the perfect jewelry from home? Well, now it's possible, and you can even build your credit. PrestigiOJewelers.com now offers online shopping, making us the premium credit jeweler nationwide. With an exceptional selection of fine jewelry from engagement rings and gold chains to sparkling diamond earrings and much more. With over 30 years of experience, Prestigio guarantees you'll find exactly what you're looking for. It's fast and easy. Once approved, you'll receive a guaranteed credit line from $400 to $10,000. All you need is to be 18 years or older, have a valid form of ID, be employed for a minimum of 6 months, and a bank account for automatic payments. PrestigiOJewelers.com is the perfect way to establish or reestablish your credit with interest rates at only 2.25% per month. We are here to help you with monthly reporting to all major credit bureaus. The perfect jewelry, the perfect price, helping you build perfect credit. Visit us online at PrestigiOJewelers.com or at one of our locations in Sacramento, Stockton, Merced, and Fresno. Enter code SACTOWNSPORTS at checkout to save 10%.
Sacktown Sports is bringing you the biggest live events in town. Whether you're rocking out or dancing the night away, check out the Sacktown Sports live events calendar. Get ready for an epic night out. Papa Roach and Rise Against take over Golden One Center March 29th. That same night, comedy legends Jay Leno and Arsenio Hall bring the laughs to Hard Rock Live Sacramento. Get ready to laugh your socks off. And for all you country fans, Lee Bryce and Walker Hayes hit Ironstone Amphitheater June 21st. Then head to Santa Rosa for Country Summer with Sam Hunt, Kane Brown, and Dustin Lynch June 27th through the 29th. Then back to one of the most beautiful venues as Parker McCollum takes the stage August 16th at Ironstone Amphitheater in Murphys, California. Don't miss out. Find more info and score your chance to win tickets at SacktownSports.com. Again, get all the details on the hottest events happening in town and your chance to win tickets at SacktownSports.com.
Want the best movie experience in town? Join Sacktown Sports IMAX Pass by visiting SacktownSports.com. Sign up today. You can win tickets to see this week's films at the Esquire IMAX Theater.
You're home for Kings Talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
Tried to tell you that Brock was going to get the bag. It's not final yet, but there are reports that the Niners are actively negotiating. And the intent is to finalize a deal before the 2025 season. Deal expected to land between $50 and $55 million per year. So we're about to break all that down from Jordan Schultz, that he had the report on that via Underdog NFL. But Kyle, real quick, so Austin Wells, is that the first home run of the season?
Well, no, because they had the games in Japan.
But the first home run on what they're calling it says opening day in the corner.
Well, that's the first game, so I guess it has to be. But it's also a leadoff home run in the first time in the history of the New York Yankees that a catcher was the leadoff hitter. Like in 117 or 120 whatever years.
Yeah.
The Yankees, I think it's like 18,000 plus games. The Yankees have never, ever had a catcher hit leadoff until today. And Austin Wells hit a leadoff homer as a catcher for the Yankees.
Only the Yankees. Oh, they lineups, and I'm not going to get into the weeds here, but lineups have just been completely obliterated from when I played, from when I was a kid. It used to be the little fast guy is a leadoff, and the other little fast guy with maybe less power and less speed, more back control is the 2-hitter. Your best hitter is a 3-hitter. Your biggest power hitter is the 4-hitter. They've just thrown all that out the window.
Well, yeah, because they did it so wrong for so many years.
No, it wasn't wrong.
It was so dumb.
No, it wasn't dumb.
They were so dumb.
The only argument I would give to you is that your best hitter should maybe be your 2-hitter. That's the only thing. I still think that the leadoff hitter should be someone who can take pitches and get on the base.
Yes.
And probably be fast.
Well, here's the argument I would make. It should be one of two things. It should either be someone who gets on base a lot or someone who just nukes it. And the reason why is
Ricky did both. R.I.P.
That's why he's the greatest. But it should be one of those two because the one hitter statistically is going to get the most at bats of anyone for the season, right?
No, I agree with that. So I would allow but to me, if Vlade is if let's say Vlade had a much better on base, whatever it is, Vlade can't be the leadoff on my team. I don't care.
Yeah, I get that. And I understand there's still a place for like the Luis Arraez of the world to be the leadoff hitter, because if you can get on base 400 or 40, what is it? If you have a 400 on base percentage, yes, you should be the leadoff hitter. But if you're Juan Soto, who gets on base a lot and hits nukes, honestly, you should probably be the one hitter, but it makes sense why you put them in the 2 spot.
Yeah. All right. And that's as deep as we'll get for now. 209 says, happy opening day, Styles. Bring your mitt to work today. No, I didn't, because my shoulder is finally not sore anymore. And I didn't want to tease or tempt myself to throw a baseball or throw anything anywhere, 209. But I do have it at home.
All you had to do is just bring the mitt.
No, but I'm going to play catch with someone if you let me. But 209, it's a good call. I will bring my mitt in at some point just so everyone can know what I'm working with. That's right. That's right. Don't look at me like that. Don't look at me like that. They got to know what I'm working with. I got the Yankees game on right now. Little double play ball. Jazz Chisholm at second. So we'll see what happens. Tonight's going to be fun with the A's. I think it's a big opportunity for the A's to grab some friends, grab some fans, right? Because the Kings in a rough situation. And that's been some of the conversation about the powers that be, if you will, because when you start to stretch yourself out with other endeavors and things, you got to keep the main. This is what they say on The Bachelor, right? I'm going to keep when there's some drama going on. You got to keep the main thing. And the main thing is the Sacramento Kings. And maybe you miss. I don't want them to miss the play-in, but missing on the play-in or losing in the first game, maybe that'll be a reminder to keep the main thing. The main thing. The A's. This is cool. And I'm saying from if I were a businessman. Me personally, as a fan, it's great. I wish the Kings would win more, but it's great having the A's out here. But as a business person, You got to keep the main thing the main thing.
Well, if the Kings do go the nuclear option that a fringe part of the fan base wants at this point, it's probably the best possible time for the A's to come here.
Oh, yeah.
If the Kings just nuke it and decide we're going to just tank, which is not going to happen, but I'm just saying, if you're looking at it as the main thing, then what a time to be alive if you're the Sacramento, Oakland, Las Vegas Athletics of Anaheim.
Why do you always add Anaheim?
Because it's funny. They just have a ridiculous, it's the longest, most ridiculous name in baseball. And so I just think it's funny.
We just got to keep adding cities to it.
Yeah.
But it has to be Sacramento and Bay Area cities.
Well, the thing is, on all of the stories and press releases, it always says West Sacramento, because technically West Sacramento is not Sacramento. It's Yolo County.
Right.
So the West Sacramento Oakland Athletics of Las Vegas of Anaheim.
I do wonder, and this is just kind of a funny kind of petty piece. At what point will they unlock comments on their posts? Like at what point will they do? I check every single one. Because what's funny is you could almost argue that the quote tweets are worse, right? Replies or whatever, just mute them. I know you can get spammed, but everybody gets spammed.
I don't know. I think at this point they're just too deep in the weeds, right? Because
so you're telling me they're going to be in Las Vegas and they're still closed?
How long is it going to take for the scars that they've left in Oakland to heal? That's generational.
I agree.
That and I don't know. Honestly, I just think it's petty of them to close the comments in the first place. I don't think they have to do it.
I don't think they had to do it. They knew if they had closed them or had kept them open, you'd be by this time you can block who you want. You know who the whatever. Just get an intern to do that. Now it's going to be if I were on their social team, I would at this point honestly. First of all, you pray that the team is good, and I would somehow make a joke out of it. That's the only route I would go. I would make it. Look what we're doing, baby.
Right, but you can joke about that if you're the Sacramento Kings saying do it for Centel. If you're joking about, ha, 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 look at you being angry at us because we stole your team, you can't really make it. And by the way, it's not just the quote tweets things. You can't comment on Instagram posts. You can't comment on Facebook posts.
I just think, hey, you just got to wear it. And at this point, I would just make some type of nice joke about it.
Yeah, but they should have been wearing it from the beginning. It's so weird that it's been almost 2 years.
No, I agree. I'm just saying they're here now. So how do you get out of it? As some are looking to get out of the business of Brock Purdy, and others are looking to get in. As we mentioned, Jordan Schultz is reporting that the Kings are trying to the Niners are trying to finalize a deal. Maybe Brock Purdy, Brock Purdy's the right height for the Kings, though.
Was he one of the group that showed up to a Kings game one time?
I don't remember seeing Brock.
I don't remember seeing him, but there was a whole contingent of Niners that showed up. Also, what was it? John Lynch was at Game 7 of Kings and Warriors. I think Jay Johnson was sitting next to him somehow.
So Brock is going to get between 50 and 50 million. They're trying to finalize that deal before the 2025 season. And we tried to tell y'all, right? A lot of people, he likes corn and drives tractors and went to Iowa State and he's from Arizona. He's not going to want this money. I told y'all to stop it. I told y'all, right? Now, we thought you should be happy that at least it's not going past the $55 million range, because maybe in Brock's mind, that is him taking some level of a pay cut, because at that point, he's just calling the Niners bluff. The 530 is saying, Allen, I would not pay Purdy yet. I would make him prove he's a top 10 quarterback with the talent around him. If he can't, that contract handcuffs the team. John and Kyle have to hit on 4 to 5 players in this draft. John's track record in the early rounds of the draft is not good. Joe from the 530. Joe had some kind words on the job we're doing here on the show, so I appreciate you, Joe. Well, I think the problem is, Joe, if you look at contracts, that doesn't all add up. So you have every contract of a dude making $50 million is not a top 10 quarterback. Tua is not a top 10 quarterback. Trevor Lawrence, I know, is just an awful contract, but Trevor Lawrence is not a top 10 quarterback. So Brock, if you're saying the Niners should just do that anyway, that's fine. But again, Brock can call their bluff and say, do you really want to do this again? Mr. Trey Lance, who apparently, I don't think this is a joke or not. Did you see this?
Yes.
Got contacted by by a CFL team.
The Saskatchewan Roughriders.
Come on, man. The fact that that's getting reported is so disrespectful to me.
Yeah, the Beijing, whatever, the Guangdong Tigers of the NFL, which, to Joe from the 530's point, he made the note, John and Kyle would have to hit on 4 or 5 draft picks to make up for it.
Yeah.
Yes, that is, you have been given the gift of a quarterback who makes $980,000 for the last 3 years. Mm-hmm. Now you have to do your job and do your job excellent, because your quarterback is making what your quarterback probably should have been making the entire time.
But to that point, we don't even know if it's possible to hit on that many picks in a draft.
I mean, we can say that, but if you look at don't even say 4 or 5. Look at the Baltimore Ravens. The Baltimore Ravens got rid of an offensive coordinator, got rid of a defensive coordinator, moved on from everyone in their wide receiver room, and went into, that retool around Lamar Jackson when he got his contract. And they ended up with Kyle Hamilton and Patrick Queen and Madubuike, and they traded a first rounder for Roquan Smith, and they drafted Rashad Bateman. They hit all across the board with the picks that they had, and look at the team they've now built around Lamar Jackson. That's what great organizations do when you have that franchise quarterback.
Yeah, I hear you. Joe is, oh no, this is not Joe. This is from another 530. Purdy won't risk a year at $5 million, so trying to make him prove it is almost impossible unless you can do a 1-year contract somehow, which to that point, 530, I don't know that you can do that. On the other side, we keep the conversation going, and we have the Kings Blazers preview at 1:00. There's a little bit of beef going on between a player and an athlete. We'll tell you who it is when we return. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Tonight, Kings and Trailblazers. Game night with Scott Marsh and the high flyer Henry Turner starts at 5:30. Tip off at 7.
The Kings play here on Sacktown Sports.
Sacktown Sports, 1140.
It's Carmichael Dave talking to you about my good friends at American Energy. You're in the Sacramento area. You know how the seasons work. They are a-changing right now. So American Energy wants to help you stay warm for the rest of the cold season, but help you stay cool during the warm season. Best way to do that, make sure your system is operating safely. So right now is the time to take advantage of half off a tune-up, $24.50. They cut that right in half, and if you want a diagnostic, guess what? You can't beat free. If it's free, it's me, and now it can be you. And also, it's the end of the season blowout. $4,000 off a new system plus any rebates. That $4,000, that's a direct drop from the sticker price. It's a great deal. Check them out at theaeway.com or an instant quote, or give them a call at 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990. Tell them your good buddy Carmichael Dave sent you.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers. T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it.
Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 to learn more. With AutoPay plus taxes and fees, plus $5 per line without AutoPay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. Motorola Edge on us with 24 monthly bill credits and new line for well-qualified customers, plus tax and $35 per line connection charge. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
Big savings are back at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop. New Hondas are piling up, and that means big savings for you.
Looking to own or lease? During the spring sales event, drive a brand new Accord or Civic. Visit us today at FolsomLakeHonda.com, your one-stop Honda shop.
As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our number one priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-902-5454. 800-902-5454.
Welcome to Staples. I hear Staples prints it all for any business. You bet, and we'll beat any print quote. So if I had a pizza place, Staples can print signs, menus, pizza boxes. A landscaping business? Oh, we can print yard signs, t-shirts, brochures. How about a pizza/landscaping business? I'll call it Dough and Mo. I like it.
Right now at Staples, get up to $250 off your print purchase. In-store 5 exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details. Price match guarantee valid in-store and staples.com/print. Visit staples.com/price match for details.
Hey, Mom. Hey, Dad. Spring break is just around the corner. Take advantage of the extra time with your kids and schedule a fun and convenient dental appointment at Kids Care Dental and Orthodontics. It's our mission to deliver more fun and less fear. Our dental rock stars strive to give nothing but the best experience to both parents and kids. We have several convenient appointments available this week, even on Saturdays. With locations throughout the Sacramento area, we have a practice near you. To book online, go to kidscaredental.com. That's kidscaredental.com, where you can schedule an appointment today.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, the Scratch Kitchen delivers lunch in the clutch. I mean, where else can you order a 29-degree draft beer and a quickie combo on your lunch break? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sacktown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
(916-339-1140) if you want to be a part of the conversation. By the way, 15 minutes away, second to last chance to win tickets to Lit and Fuel. They will be performing together on the Hard Rock Live stage March 28th. That's coming up at 1 p.m. So if you're on the app, you should switch on over. I saw a text come in. It was actually a really funny text, and I don't want to get off track here, but I do want to say it. Yesterday, we had some fun with fandom, right? And it started out with if your kid goes to a college or if you're a fan of a college, what does that mean, right? Is it corny to just to be a fan of a school that you didn't attend, you have no connection to, and this person laid out some rules, just this random person on social media laid out some rules, so we were talking about the rules. At the end of the show, it literally came in at 2:00. We got a text from someone, and they said, how about the people that wear random, and this all comes back to opening day, that wear random jerseys to a game and that team isn't playing, right? Now, so let me give my take on this because it does come back to opening day. I don't like that. When I go to a Giants game, and it's specific to certain teams, right? Because most of the time it's going to be a Dodgers fan that does it, a Lakers fan that does it, a Celtics fan that does it, a Cowboys fan that does it. So I think it's incredibly corny, okay? I do not like it. With that being said, the one day I do think I will allow it is today. I think on opening day, I'm watching Yankees at Brewers. If you're a Giants fan that just happens to be in New York and it's a baseball day. So today, and that only goes for baseball. I don't care about the first day of, NBA only have 2 games, something like that. I don't care about NBA. I guess I could allow it with the NFL, but baseball is the only day, opening day is the only day that I don't think that fan is corny.
Okay. Well, what about the people who are like, I'm going to the game to watch the sports? They tangentially care about sports, but not like a super sports fan. Would you rather them just dress in?
Why do they have a jersey then?
Because, like I'm saying, they're just a sports fan who has maybe one jersey of Aaron Judge.
Don't wear it.
Just wear a normal outfit.
Aaron Judge ain't playing.
They have one jersey and it's their sports outfit, right? Their sports outfit is just I own a LeBron James jersey.
And I don't police fandom. That's the one thing I am so glad, and I can't remember what the number was who texted that in, but I'm with you. We go to a Kings game. Somebody is wearing something just completely random. Amid Rock, who is going to the River Cats game on Saturday, I will be doing the in-game, the emceeing on Saturday. Amid Rock says, Allen, I'm going to the River Cats game and wearing a Red Sox shirt and hat. I rock my team. I don't want to get too in the weeds here. Number one, it's minor league game, so I feel less strongly about it because, hey, if you're going to a AAA game, you like baseball, and I'm okay with that, right? And number two, I feel like I'm okay if it's not a legit jersey. I know that makes no sense. If you want to wear your Red Sox shirt or your Dodgers shirt to a game, that's fine. When you have a full-on jersey on, I'm out. I'm out.
It's just the jersey specifically that offends you?
I don't like the shirt either. Like if Amid Rock wore the shirt to Giants A's, I wouldn't love it. But the jersey, that one goes over
the bridge too far.
Oh, no. We can't do the jersey. We can't do the jersey.
I disagree with your point, but I guess I understand where you're coming from. Your particular, at least you've given the concession of opening day, I'm going to rock my team's jersey no matter what.
That you can do. I'm good with that. Peg on the Sack Chat says, saw a Cubs fan at the Giants-Yankees game, and I said, what are you doing, my guy? Yeah, if you're in a Cubs jersey at that, and I get it. The premise is, hey, I like baseball, right? And I'm going to rep my team.
This is my baseball outfit.
This is my baseball team, but I want to check out these. I want to check out these teams play. I understand, and I'm almost convincing myself that it shouldn't bother me as much. But until I turn 36 next year, I'm gonna let this version of Allen still be bothered by it.
Once you become Unk, you're gonna stop worrying about it.
Once I'm super Unk and super OG and super washed, then I'll stop. I'll stop caring because I won't have time to care. Speaking of super Unk, we have a super Unk battle between Stephen A. Smith and LeBron James. I don't know what in the world is going on, but basically, if you don't know the story, LeBron checked Stephen A. at a Laker game about talking about Bronny. Okay, so after that happened, Stephen A. claims he wasn't going to talk about it. Talks about it on his show, talks about it on First Take, which is a different, he's got First Take, he's got the Stephen A. Smith show, talks about it everywhere, right? LeBron comes out, does an exclusive with Pat McAfee, and as you know, a little bit of drama there between Stephen A. Pat McAfee, who's the face of the show, right? Who's the face of ESPN. So it was very calculated that LeBron would go on Pat McAfee. LeBron is roasting on Pat McAfee about Stephen A. This is some of what he had to say.
Which leads obviously to you and Stephen A. Hey, legit, that feels like a moment that had been brewing for a long time.
He's like on a Taylor Swift tour run right now.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we're watching it. Yep. We're all seeing it.
Oh, yeah.
You're seeing it as well.
He literally, it started off with, I didn't want to address it.
Yeah, sure.
I didn't want to address it. I wasn't going to address it. But since the video came out, I feel the need to address it.
Are you talking about
Are you kidding me? If there's one person that couldn't wait to the video to drop so you can address it, it's your ass. Like, seriously, and like another, he completely missed the whole point. Never would I ever not allow people to talk about the sport criticize players about what they do on the court. That is your job to criticize or to, be in a position where, okay, if a guy's not performing, that is all part of the game. That's all part of the game. But when you take it and you get personal with it, it's my job to not only protect my damn household, but protect the players.
So that's what LeBron said. And we don't have enough time, but all you need to hear is Stephen A. This is just a cut, right? Because you don't need much, and he's everywhere. But this is where we're at in 2025, beefs between the media and athletes. Here it is.
That man put his hands on me, I would have immediately swung on him.
He does go on to say that he would have got beat down.
That man put his hands on me, I would have immediately swung on him.
Yeah. That's where we're at now, people. That's where sports media is at.
I hate all of this so much.
That is where we're at. Had to play that because I can't believe what's happening. Or maybe I actually can.
That man put his hands on me, I would have immediately swung on him.
If I got paid $100 million, I might think I'm invincible too. I'm going to be completely honest with you.
Well, he said it wasn't quite as much when he was talking to his nephew.
Yeah. I'm going to tell you this much. Okay? If I'm worth $100 million, I'm swinging on somebody.
That man put his hands on me, I would have immediately swung on him.
There you go.
What if the person you're swinging on is worth $1 billion?
I'm still swinging.
That man put his hands on me, I would have immediately swung on him.
Thank you, Stephen A. That might have to be a drop moving forward because that is ridiculous.
That man put his hands on me, I would have immediately swung on him.
Thank you, Stephen A. Kings Blazers preview on the other side. A couple of texts coming in want to talk about the fandom rule, wearing a different jersey to a game where that team ain't even playing. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Tonight, Kings and Trailblazers. Game night with Scott Marsh and the high flyer Henry Turner starts at 5:30. Tip off at 7.
The Kings play here on Sacktown Sports.
Sacktown Sports, 1140.
Get 5 quarts of O'Reilly full synthetic motor oil and a MicroGuard oil filter for $29.99. In-store only. Limit supply.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Hey, everybody, it's your boy Drapes, Kyle Draper from Mercedes-Benz of Stockton. All right, I know what you're thinking. Here we go again, another Drapes commercial for his guys and girls down there at Mercedes-Benz of Stockton. But trust me, listen to this. Whether you're in the market for a new vehicle or a pre-owned vehicle, Mercedes-Benz of Stockton, they'll take care of you. Trust me, they got certified pre-owned vehicles starting at 3.49 APR on select 2021, 22, and 23 models. And take it from me. When you go to Mercedes-Benz of Stockton, you leave out feeling like you're valued, like they trust you, like they care for you. Matter of fact, it's like they're your family. That's right. So for over 30 years, Mercedes-Benz of Stockton has been there for the entire community. And get this, it's not that far away, guys. Just a short drive down I-5, or of course, online anytime at mbfstockton.com. So head on down to Mercedes-Benz of Stockton and tell them Drape sent you.
You know the old early bird and worm thing? Well, here's an early bird special and Bonnie's lowest price of the year. Imagine an entire new HVAC system replacement, both heating and cooling, for as low as, ready? $11,789. Take advantage of that. $11,789. Hurry though, this is a limited offer and ends April 15th. The sooner you act, the sooner you save. Plumbing, electrical, heating, and air, Bonnie.com. Some restrictions apply. License 696-355.
Sacramento's premier country music festival, Country in the Park, is coming back May 16th and 17th at Cal Expo with Bailey Zimmerman, Billy Currington, Colin Wetzel, Nate Smith, and more. You'll enjoy food trucks, rock walls, and a mechanical bull, line dancing, and more. Single-day GA tickets start at $52 at CITPFest.com. Country in the Park, May 16th and 17th with Paul Mitchell, The School, Sacramento, and Stoney's Rockin' Rodeo. Find out more at CITPFest.com.
Have you ever dreamed of shopping for the perfect jewelry from home?
Well, now it's possible, and you can even build your credit. PrestigiOJewelers.com now offers online shopping, making us the premium credit jeweler nationwide. With an exceptional selection of fine jewelry from engagement rings and gold chains to sparkling diamond earrings and much more. With over 30 years of experience, Prestigio guarantees you'll find exactly what you're looking for. It's fast and easy. Once approved, you'll receive a guaranteed credit line from $400 to $10,000. All you need is to be 18 years or older, have a valid form of ID, be employed for a minimum of 6 months, and a bank account for automatic payments. PrestigioJewelers.com is the perfect way to establish or reestablish your credit with interest rates at only 2.25% per month. We are here to help you with monthly reporting to all major credit bureaus. The perfect jewelry, the perfect price, helping you build perfect credit. Visit us online at PrestigioJewelers.com or at one of our locations in Sacramento, Stockton, Merced, and Fresno. Enter code SACTOWNSPORTS at checkout to save 10%.
And now a brief history of the garage door. Garage doors could date back to 450 BC when chariots were stored in gatehouses. Here in the States, they became a thing around the start of the 20th century. You could find a float-over door in a catalog way back in 1906. National Garage Door has been around since 1974. They're family-owned and operated, so you can trust them to solve any garage door issues you may have. Squeaky door, malfunctioning door, or a need for a new door, which is what prompted us to give them a call, 916-638-4554. At National Garage Door Services, their number one priority. I've witnessed that commitment in my own home, certainly in our garage. National Garage Door sells quality Rainer-branded garage doors. They're the nation's BSE broken spring experts. So if you have a garage door that looks and sounds like it dates back to 450 BC, National Garage Door can help, whether it's a garage door tune-up, repair, or replacement you need. They'll take care of you at National Garage Door, 916-638-4554. That's 916-638-4554. National Garage Door.
There's no better time than now to get yourself into a brand new Jeep because it's Jeep Adventure Days at Sacramento Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, offering the best deals in town and a selection other dealers are jealous of. Stop on by. They're just off of Business 80 across from Hagen Oaks Golf Complex. Sacramento Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sacktown Sports 1140. Kings talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
Got a text, personal text from my mother, Kyle. She's very happy with the music selection today. So great job.
Throwback Thursday?
That's right. Very happy with the Throwback Thursday. So great job to Kyle as we take you up to 2 p.m. And we are about to start our Kings Blazers preview. Do have some notes here from the text line as we were having some fun with the jersey conversation. Okay? The jersey conversation where you can wear certain stuff too. And obviously I'm having fun. Wear whatever you want. Okay? It's just how I kind of view it.
It's not that you can't. It's just that Allen will judge you.
It's just why. Why? I know why, but why? 916, this is from Nick. Allen is the guy when you're playing pickup at the Y that brings out the rule book for every play. Whistleblower. No, Nick. No. I'm not, actually. That's not the same thing at all. That is not the same thing at all. Like I said, do what you want. I can have my feelings about it. I'm not, when it comes to rule book, you think I'm out here taking charges at the Y? Come on now. Maybe, actually never. Never.
You never take a charge? Or are you never going to call a charge?
Well, I'm never taking a charge in pickup because you can't call a charge in pickup.
No, but you're playing defense.
I'm playing defense. If it's a community charge, when everyone sees it, it's like, yeah, okay. Check rock. Something like that. I am thinking, though, back to, was I a stickler for anything? Not really, man. I'm the one pushing the envelope, okay? I tear up the rule book. I don't use the rule book. But this is just something close to my heart. 209 says, this is a good one. My buddy and I went to Vegas to watch the Steelers play against the Raiders. I'm a hardcore Steelers fan, so I was decked out in my Steelers jersey with my terrible towel. My buddy, who is a Niners fan, wore his Garoppolo jersey while Garoppolo was the starting QB for the Raiders. What are your thoughts on that? By the way, it was meant to be ironic. 209, I'm good with that. I get it. There's a reason for that. It's funny. I'm completely good with that, 209. Well done by your buddy.
It's like you're trolling. It's like, why would I buy a Garoppolo Raiders jersey?
Yes. I'm completely good with that, 209. That one is good.
You're also making fun of the Raiders for taking the 49ers sloppy seconds.
That's well done by your friend. That is well done by your friend. 510 says, I think if you wear a jersey, that's fine, but don't be trying to talk. No bleep at the game. That's just asking for trouble. I agree with that, 510. And that's just in general, right? Just don't be idiots if you can help it. Some people can't help it. But if you can't help it, you should try to help it. So I hear you on that, 510. All right, let's get to this Kings-Blazers preview. And right before that, we will get to 916-339-1140. It is time for our Lit and Fuel ticket giveaway. The rock bands Lit and Fuel are bringing their Ignited We Stand tour to Hard Rock Live this Friday, March 28th, and we want to send you to the show. We're looking for caller number
9.
Caller number 9. Call right now to win a pair of tickets and see Lit and Fuel.
Or in 4 minutes.
Yeah. Call at some point. Caller 9. That's the last time I give you those duties.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Kyle.
Yesterday I said 1 and you were like, 1's a little too fast. So today I go 9 and you're like, oh, that's too much.
I see them coming up. We're at 2. We're at 3. I guess I shouldn't time it up.
Well,
someone's going to try to time it up.
Let me drop one person.
Wow.
All right, next one's 4.
Next one's 4. Wow. Okay, Kyle. Well, that's your journey. You enjoy that.
Now we're at 6.
Here they come.
Yep. This is the funny thing. It takes like 15 seconds for it to go out over the radio. So, again, don't look at the man behind the curtain. But we play a fun game. See, now we're at 8. There we go.
Wow. Who's next?
You doubted me.
Whoever's next will get them. Lit and Fuel. Ignited We Stand toward Hard Rock Live Sacramento. While Kyle is handling the phones, it looks like number 9 has come in. Kings versus Blazers since February 1st. The Blazers 11th. Remember they had that really hot run, okay, a month or so ago. 11th in net rating, 17th in offensive rating, 11th in defensive rating. Blazers offense has been by committee. Anthony Simons, 20.7. I vividly remember Anthony Simons actually had a pretty bad game against the Kings, and it didn't matter because Shaedon Sharpe couldn't miss. Denny Avdia, who I'm really high on. I've liked him since he came out in the draft. He's been at 18 points a game. Shaedon Sharpe's been at 17. Jeremy Grant's been at 14, but he hasn't played in 8 games. Scoot Henderson's been at 13, and Tumani Kamara has been at 12.8. I'm gonna tell y'all right now, and I haven't looked at the line yet. I am scared about this game. Like I am pretty scared when it comes to the Kings matching up against another young athletic team. These are one of those games where there's only one Keon and there's only one Keegan. So who else is going to match up with some of their athletic pieces that they have? They are young, they are spry, they are hungry. So this game worries me. I think if you lose this one, you truly are starting to be a dead man walking if you don't feel like that already, and some of you already do. But it's not a must-win because I don't think must-wins exist anymore for the Sacramento Kings. We're past that. It is what it is. But as far as the season is concerned, and just how they make it through. And I would even say going into the offseason, you have to prove that you're better than someone, right? We could even give them, I don't know how many mulligans you want to, but we could even give them mulligans for some of the games that they've had. I mean, the back-to-back with the Celtics and the Thunder, fine. That's one thing. You're just not as good as them. And it is what it is. But you're out here, you lost to the Bulls. That was rough. And then you go on to lose to the Blazers. Then you start wondering, this is past vibes. What are these guys actually, what do they believe they're playing for? Right? Because there's a level of this team is better than that team. Then you get to the point where it's this team isn't better than that team, but the way you're at this point, they're not performing to the same level. So what are we doing? What are we actually doing? I'm checking here. The Blazers have lost 2 straight. Their last 10, they're 4-6, so they've been surviving, right? They're not a terrible team. They lose to the Cavs. They lost to the Cavs last game, 122-111. They lost to the Celtics, so they've had a rough go. They're 4-6 their last 10, okay? And their last 4 games, the Cavs, the Celtics, the Nuggets, the Grizzlies. Before that, they got their win against the Wizards, their win against the Raptors. They barely lost to the Knicks. I don't believe Jalen Brunson played in that game. They lost to the Warriors by 10, and they lost to the Pistons. So basically, this team is very similar to the Kings. They beat the teams that they're supposed to beat. They lose to the teams where it's a bit questionable. That's where they're at. So you have 2 teams that normally beat. So I guess this should make you feel better about the Kings, right? Record-wise, because the Kings are better than the Blazers, but we've already seen the Kings kind of get handled by the Blazers. I mean, that game, it was not good. It ended up being a close game, 108-102, but it felt like the Blazers were pretty much in control the whole time. DeMar DeRozan had 22 in that game. Keegan Murray had 12. Domantas Sabonis had 10 and 14. Malik Monk had 21. Zach LaVine did have 22. And Jeremy Grant had 12. DeAndre Ayton had 18. Anthony Simons had 30. And Shaedon Sharpe had 24. So, again, the Blazers and how they've been able to disperse all of their scoring, evenly disperse their scoring, that's been a problem for the Kings. And just athletic, man. The Kings, and Zach LaVine is athletic, don't get me wrong. Zach LaVine is athletic. Keon is athletic. Malik Monk is athletic. But the way it's translating right now is not the way you'd necessarily like to see. And it worries me because, and this is what we saw with the Bulls, right? The Kings have a different type of target on their back. It's not the Thunder target. It's not the Celtics target. It's not the Nuggets target. It's not the Cavs target. It's not the Lakers target. It's not the Warriors target. It's a target where if you're a lesser team, we're going to give you our best go because there's not a lot of wins that we have, and we feel like we can get one against you. That was the Chicago Bulls, and the Chicago Bulls had been playing well. But these lesser teams are getting up to play the Kings because they're thinking, if we don't get a win tonight, we might not get a win for weeks.
Chicago also had emotional reasons to play a little bit better for
Kevin Huerter.
Yeah, all of that. Which, from the Portland standpoint, I mean, Casey talked about it earlier. It's like they're in an early to middle stage of the rebuild, and it is games like these that determine the inflection point going forward.
Yeah.
Now, I assume Joe Cronin has a plan for what he wants this offseason, but if, for example, they get in on the Cam Johnson sweepstakes this offseason, you're telling me they're not going to maybe part with 1 or 2 of those young guys to potentially bring in an impact player that could maybe get them to the play-in by year, I guess it would be 4 of the rebuild?
Yeah, so it's not going to be easy for the Kings tonight. We'll take a look at the spread tonight. Obviously, we have Prop Talk and Dog segment coming up in the last segment of the show. And we have a little bit more fun And we're going to give it a little bit of time here so you can play along. It is that time of year, time for another version of Chris or Keegan. Murray, that is. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Tonight, Kings and Trailblazers. Game night with Scott Marsh and the high flyer Henry Turner starts at 5:30. Tip off at 7.
The Kings play here on Sacktown Sports.
Sacktown Sports, 1140.
If you're not looking for a brand new car, at Elk Grove Honda, we've acquired some of the best pre-owned cars we can find. We've kept only the best of our trades, and our buyer has found some of the finest pre-owned Hondas available in Northern California. You can see for yourself at elkgrovehonda.com. Whether you purchase a brand new Honda or a like-new pre-owned Honda, your car buying experience will be the same. We have the right Honda at the right price. You'll find us in the Elk Grove Auto Mall, Highway 99 and Elk Grove Boulevard.
I gotta get an Elk Grove Honda.
Thunder, feel the thunder.
It ignites something inside of you.
Lightning and the thunder.
Sets alight an elevated state of being. Days are pure exhilaration. And the nights, they're simply electric. See it. Hear it. Feel it.
Thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder.
Thunder Valley Casino Resort. Feel the thunder.
Allen Stiles
You can join the show by texting 916-339-1140.
on Sacktown Sports.
Congrats to our winner. You have one more chance to win those Lit and Fuel tickets. Hard Rock live March 28th. That's coming up here. So
tomorrow.
You have tomorrow, so you can win and you're in. That's tomorrow. So you have that opportunity.
It's March Madness.
That's right. And March Madness, doesn't that start back up tonight?
Yeah, I think so.
Sweet 16, because I saw someone complaining. It was interesting. The complaint was, why would Major League Baseball have their opening day the same day as the Sweet 16 and all of that going on? And to that end, I'd say, all right. I mean, that's a little much. If Major League Baseball can't compete with the Sweet 16, I'm not talking about the Final Four or even a national championship or even college football. But if Major League Baseball can't compete, and they're smart, right? The Yankees are on right now, you know, so they're not really competing. And it's a full slate of games, so it's just apples to oranges. But it was interesting. I know people love to say talk about ratings and things like that, but to me, it's a completely different situation. The games are on all day, right? It's a Sweet 16, but the viewership is what it's going to be. The Yankees are playing right now.
Didn't baseball try and do like a Monday opening day years ago or something like that? Or they've tried a bunch of different things over the years, but this is fine.
Yeah, this is fine. I mean, I kind of understand what they're saying, but I don't know. We'd have to look at the college basketball, when the college basketball slate starts, and oh man, what is it? It's probably, I guess, up against so first game is at 4, 2 games at 4, 1 game, so they're battling against each other anyway. 2 games at 4, 1 game at 6:45. The next game's at 7. I mean, the A's and Mariners first pitch is at 7 or 7:30, so I don't really know what the issue is as far as what they're battling against.
You can correct me, but are there any teams playing today that are overlapping with like major baseball towns? Like, because I remember
I'm looking here. Yeah, I mean, it's BYU against Alabama. No. Maryland against Florida.
I guess you could say Maryland, but like, they're
probably playing right now.
Yeah, Maryland and the Washington Nationals is like, I think Nationals fans can appreciate both.
Arizona taking on Duke.
I guess the Diamondbacks play today.
Yeah, but come on. I mean, what are we doing?
Yeah, I don't think it's that big of a deal. And
Arkansas taking on Texas Tech. Come on.
A couple of years ago when San Diego State was in the Final Four, it was during opening weekend for the Padres, and they just had like a viewing party at the game. They were like, come to Petco and we'll just put the game on the scoreboard and you can watch it before the Padres play.
If baseball is ducking for Sweet 16 games, they have bigger problems. They do. As the Yankees are beating the Brewers 2-1. And a friendly reminder that Paul Goldschmidt is now on the Yankees.
Oh, there's a lot of fun ones. We might get to it tomorrow, but I concocted a who he played for. Oh, there's a lot of these fun names that you've forgotten about. A lot of Giants in random places too.
A couple texts to get through here as we continue our Blazers Kings preview. 916 says the Kings always struggle with athletic teams. Yeah, we just saw it. And that game did not feel, when I looked it up, it said 108-102. Felt like the Blazers were in control. It's one of those games where yes, they didn't get blown out, but the Blazers were in control. It felt like that whole game. They were on a hot streak during that stretch. So, they've cooled off a little, but they've also played some really, really good teams. 510 says, I enjoy watching Blazers games. They are young and have a ton of potential. And they're definitely a league pass team. They're a team that gets fired up and, they have a lot going on as far as their future, which is why we brought on, Casey, who covers the Blazers, and Casey Holdall basically explained to us where they're at in the process and how these blow-ups kind of go, right? These rebuilds and these tank jobs kind of go. I mean, look at Scoot, right? Everyone who wants to tank right now, Scoot was a top 5 pick, and 3 years later on a bad team, he's coming off the bench. He had some moments this season, but you never know what's going to happen in these tanks. So the argument to retool or rebuild, it's not even that I argue one side or the other that much. It's more about pick something and invest in what you're doing. If you invest in a retool, I mean, we laid out what you can do. You move on from DeMar, you go get a Rui Hachimura, go get a Derek Jones, something like that. Go get another shooter, and you can get what you want. You can get the playoff team that you want that might scare some people. You can get that. Kyle's favorite term, might scare some people. Yep. You can get that. But if you keep abandoning things every 1 to 2 years, then that's not going to happen.
Here's the easiest question I can ask you with the Blazers. Do you think the Portland Trail Blazers currently have an all-star or future all-star? I'm not talking about like make it one time, like future perennial all-star on their current roster. Like, let's say they make 2 or 3 all-star teams.
I feel like I want to say yes more than I want to say no, but I don't know that. Obviously I don't know that, but I'm more inclined to say yes than no. I think it's more of a numbers game. Mm-hmm. I think that they have enough young talent that someone could pop. And
that's where I think it underlines the point. A rebuild doesn't work unless you get one of those, right? The reason the Chicago Bulls rebuild didn't work is that they ended up with like Wendell Carter, Kobe White, Patrick Williams, all very good players, none of them going to be future all-stars in the NBA.
Yeah.
You have to get that one player, the Paolo Banchero, the Cade Cunningham. You have to get, and maybe it's not even with the number 1 pick. You just have to get that one player that you can point to and say, that is going to be our future, or that is going to be what all the losing was for.
Right. And again, when you go out and get someone as high as you got Scoot, you hope that it's him, but you have no clue, right? And honestly, that's why people are starting to play it safer and, take in what is Scoot? Does Scoot go 6'3"? I think he's a 6'2"er.
Yeah, I think he's shorter.
You want to go top 5 pick and you take a 6'2"er, it better be Steph Curry.
He's listed at 6'3".
Okay.
Which means he's probably 6'1".
So it's the decisions you make. And now that I'm looking at their lineup against the Cavs, now I don't think I see the multiple-time All-Star. It's either Shaden Sharp or, I mean, Anthony Simons. He might even be on a different team next season. So I don't know that I see it. But I do see a couple guys that can get an all-star bid, which is another, I think, way to do it.
Yeah, but Anthony Simons is in year 7, right? Like he's in year 7 on a tanking team. If this is probably as good as it's going to get, or it doesn't necessarily align with the timeline. And I know he's only 25 years old. He's going to be 26, but maybe he just doesn't mesh with the timeline of what they want to do. And I don't think he's so good of a player that they're like, well, we can't possibly move on from Anthony Simons.
When we return, we continue breaking down the Sacramento Kings taking on the Blazers, and we have some fun. It's that time of year. Time for Chris or Keegan. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Tonight, Kings and Trailblazers. Game night with Scott Marsh and the high flyer Henry Turner starts at 5:30. Tip off at 7.
The Kings play here on Sacktown Sports.
Sacktown Sports, 1140.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Bonnie.
I'm Tamara Berg in the KCRA3 Weather Center for your Thursday. Kind of a mixed bag of weather conditions out there. Some breaks of sun, some clouds, and the occasional shower possible. It's also going to be a touch breezy, so watch out if you struggle with allergies. Temperatures today in the mid-60s. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA3 News and the KCRA3 app.
Ready for an early bird special? A new HVAC system replacement, both heating and cooling, for as low as $11,789. This is a limited offer and ends April 15th. Bonnie.com. Some restrictions apply. License 696355.
Taxes was taxing. Now taxes is relaxing when you file for free.
I can file for free? TurboTax Free Edition. Roughly 37% of filers qualify. Simple Form 1040 returns only. See if you qualify at turbotax.com/free. I can file for free.
Now this is taxes. File for free with TurboTax Free Edition and get your maximum refund. No schedules except for earned income tax credit, child tax credit, and student loan interest. See if you qualify at turbotax.com/free.
Pro Savings Days are back at Lowe's with limited time savings on the supplies pros need. Get up to 40% off select major appliances. Plus, save an additional $100 on every $1,000 you spend on select major appliances. And don't miss your chance to activate and earn 3 times the points on select DeWalt and Klein tools. Lowe's, we help. You save. Valid through 3/28. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. See associate or Lowe's.com for more details on qualifying items.
The PGA club fitters at the Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio know that golf should be fun. They also know that players of all abilities will hit the ball farther and straighter, play better golf, shoot lower scores, and have more fun if they get fitted before they purchase golf clubs. Hagen Oaks delivers the same technology and major brands used to fit PGA and LPGA professionals. See how the game can be even more fun. Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio fittings are available 7 days a week. Make yours today by calling 916-808-2531. That's 808-2531.
Big savings are back at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop. New Hondas are piling up, and that means big savings for you.
Looking to own or lease? During the spring sales event, drive a brand new Accord or Civic. Visit us today at FolsomLakeHonda.com, your one-stop Honda shop.
As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our number one priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
The PGA club fitters at the Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio know that golf should be fun. They also know that players of all abilities will hit the ball farther and straighter, play better golf, shoot lower scores, and have more fun if they get fitted before they purchase golf clubs. Hagen Oaks delivers the same technology and major brands used to fit PGA and LPGA professionals. See how the game can be even more fun. Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio fittings are available 7 days a week. Make yours today by calling 916-808-2531. That's 808-2531.
Tom's Watch Bar has the best happy hour in Sacramento, starting with $5 specials all day, every day. Plus select $7 appetizers and $12 entrees. With 360-degree viewing and game day vibes that match being at the game. Tom's Watch Bar is the ultimate game day experience for sports fans.
Looking for family fun, thrilling baseball, and unforgettable memories? Come out to Sutter Health Park and catch the Sacramento River Cats in action. Great games, great food, and great times await. Get your tickets at rivercats.com.
Watch the show on youtube.com/SacktownSports1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
$510 says, Allen, how far into the A season do you think ticket prices will wear on people? I literally only went to games in Oakland because they were affordable for a family. That's definitely a great question, 510. Kyle and I looked in the future a bit when you take a look at the tickets. And yeah, the reality is your Saturday games in that intimate ballpark at Sutter Health, probably going to be tough. Saturday games, Friday games, Sunday games, everything is just amplified. But you look at the Tuesdays, the Wednesdays against the less sexy teams, the Tigers, you can get your family out there. I don't know how many times you can get your family out there, but you could find the $50 guys. You should be able to find that. Now, it might be hot as heck out there by the time you are, but you'll be able to find something. I don't know what it will not be as cheap as Oakland. I can guarantee you that, but you will be able to get out there.
Maybe the Bay Bridge weekend was the one where it was like, okay, yeah, that did kind of go for a normal rate, but I think it'll be dependent on quality of opponent, and as we get closer to some of these games, weather at Sutter Health Park. Like if you have a rain day or a really hot day, you might have the ticket prices go down, but for the most part, I mean, you're looking at it being an above average major league ticket price.
Yeah.
And I believe that stadium could probably fill 20 to 25,000 if they had the seating capacity. But unfortunately, there's only 12,500.
And 510, you also got to play the long game, right? This first season, everything is going to be ballooned. I want the A's to do well because it's good for the city. It's good for everyone involved. And I think they can do well, and you would still see the balloon deflate a little bit in year 2 and year 3. It depends. If year 3 is the last year, then you'll see that bump. If it's not, and there's a year 4 that's going to happen, that year 2 and year 3, I think you might see some prices drop even more. Either way, I think year 2 is probably going to be a good year for you to be able to get out there. But I still think you'll be able to get out there to your Tuesday night games against the Royals or whoever it is. If the Marlins happen to come out here for interleague, I think you'll be able to get out there. But no, it will. Yeah, I'm Captain Obvious here. Will not be as cheap as the A's when they were in Oakland. Real quick for the injury report, Jake LaRavia dinged up prone, not injury prone, but seems like he might be a little dinged up prone. Jake LaRavia is out tonight, and that isn't great to hear. Malik Monk, this was about an hour ago, still questionable. Devin Carter is available, though. So not no Malik Monk, but Malik Monk still questionable. What the heck did he catch, man? I mean, feel better, Malik. This is a rough go.
I'm a pizza guy.
And the bad luck for the Kings health-wise continues on. I mean, are they going to play a game with everyone before the season ends?
I would say no. But I guess this is the best chance, if ever, is going out on a road trip. At least now it's like there's no major extensive injury now. It's just like illness or thumb or, something where it's kind of game to game for the first time in a while. But I don't love the chances. By the way, to our texter's point, who was trying to find a ticket, I think their best shot, I would go Saturday, June 21st, Cleveland at Oakland or at Sacramento.
Okay.
That would be your best chance to see a quality baseball team without a ton of fans. The ticket prices are relatively low right now, so I would say,
what's relatively low?
I will say $60 to get in the door for per ticket.
Yeah, that's what we That's what we were seeing when we looked it up a couple weeks ago.
But I would imagine that price is going to go down only because more tickets will become available as you get closer to the game. But if you're if you're plotting for a weekend trip, I would go either Saturday the 21st or Sunday the 22nd against Cleveland. That's a good spot right there.
There you go. So those are your opportunities for you. So there'll be a bunch. You just got to be on top of it. 510. And honestly, I said that second year will give you a bunch of opportunities. I'd also say if things don't go well, right, this season, towards the end of the season, I think you'll see some opportunities as well. We hope it does go well, but got to find positives in everything. Kyle, you want to take this call before we get to Chris or Keegan? Kyle's going to screen the call here, and we're going to get to that, and then we're going to have some fun with Chris or Keegan. Speaking of, 916 says Keegan needs to take a step forward offensively next year. You were talking about athletic players. He's incredibly athletic and needs to take it to the rim at least 5 times per game. He's too good to stand in the corner. I'd agree with that. Now, Keegan has very confusing athleticism. I would also say that. Keegan, I'm not going to put him in the same. He's definitely athletic, but I'm not going to put him in the same category as some of these other, John. When I think athletic, I'm thinking, what Shaedon Sharpe did is still the number one dunk possibly of the season. So he's not that level. He's not Kuminga level, but he definitely can use more of his athleticism. And so can his brother. And that's why it is time for Chris or Keegan.
Yeah, I guess I can put music behind it, but it's the return of Chris or Keegan, our favorite game of can Allen Stiles or anyone on the station discern whether or not Keegan Murray and Chris Murray sound exactly the same. If I play you, we have 6 sounds today. Can you figure out which one is Chris and which one is Keegan? Oh, we'll start with number 1 here real quick. And again, I've chosen sound bites that you can't tell A, what the difference is in background noise, and B, any context as to what they're trying to say.
All right.
I felt good. Felt good out there. It's good to just get back in rhythm.
I think I'm gonna nail this. That's
I felt good. Felt good out
Chris.
there. It's good to just get back in rhythm.
I think this game is gonna be easy. That's Chris.
You're saying you've heard him enough to maybe be right?
That's Chris.
Alan, you are spot on. That is, in fact, Chris Murray.
I felt good. Felt good out there. It's good to just get back in rhythm.
All right, so are we ready for number 2?
We're ready.
I feel like we've been good. Just being able to disrupt what teams want to do.
There it is. It's a little drop, hip drop right there.
I feel like we've been good. Just being able to disrupt what teams want to do.
Yep. That's Keegan.
Yep, you've got it down. You might have a shot at 6 for 6 here. All right, you ready for number 3?
I'm ready.
Just being in the right place at the right time. I feel like we've been doing a good job of that.
They do not sound alike to me. They do, but they don't. That's Chris.
Just being in the right place at the right time. I feel like we've been doing a good job of that.
Yeah, that's Chris. Yeah.
Oh, you got it down right now. All right, we ready for number 4?
Mm-hmm.
I think in every single game, we've just played with looseness and joy and things like that. And
that's crazy.
Been the emphasis of this
So
tournament.
this is interesting because before you struggled with this game, and now that they've grown apart a little bit, or maybe you're hearing Keegan more.
I've been here longer now. That's Keegan.
Yeah, usually when I go on my own, sometimes I'll just kind of start shooting threes right away. And
that's Chris.
I feel like you might see a little bit more of that in the future. So,
all right, let me hear it again.
I feel like you might see a little bit more of that in the future. So,
I didn't get what I needed out of that one.
I feel like you might see a little bit more of that in the future. So,
I'm going to say Keegan.
Perfect game. Yeah, perfect game's on the line.
I'm going to say Keegan.
I feel like you might see a little bit more of that in the future. So,
Keegan. There we go.
6 for 6.
Wow. Keegan's voice is deeper, or he has deeper
might see a
moments.
little bit more of that in the future. So
yeah, Keegan has deeper moments than Chris.
Just be in the right place at the right time. I feel like I've been doing a good job of that.
I was also watching the clips because obviously I had to cut it for the game. Chris has so much personality. Like, he's like, the people are trying to distract him behind and he's like laughing and playing along. Like, it's so weird to see someone who looks exactly the same as Keegan, but is out here just like, hey, what's up, everybody? It's so weird.
Keegan has plenty of personality, just different personality.
Might see a little bit more of that in the future. So
I hope we do, Keegan. On the other side, we get to Prop Talk, Dog segment. We will give you the Blazers injury report as of right now. Obviously, these things tend to change when you're talking about the Allen Stiles Show, and as soon as it ends, we then hear all of the updates, but we give you the injury report as of right now. Last segment with you, Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
I felt good. Felt good out there. It's good to just get back in the rhythm.
Tonight, Kings and Trailblazers. Game night with Scott Marsh and the high flyer Henry Turner starts at 5:30. Tip-off at 7.
The Kings play here on Sacktown Sports.
Sacktown Sports, 1140.
Coach Doug Christie here for your truck headquarters, Folsom Lake Ford. Shop all your favorite models on sale now, like America's best-selling F-Series. Check out a huge selection of Mavericks, F-150s, and Super Duty trucks, or tech-filled SUVs like Explorers and Expeditions. Plus a huge selection of Broncos and Bronco Sports. All in stock now at Folsom Lake Ford in the Folsom Auto Mall. Right now, buy any new Ford with zero down on approval of credit. Save big with low interest finance rates. And Folsom Lake Ford always pays top dollar for your trade. Hurry to Folsom Lake Ford in the Folsom Auto Mall, a 6-time Triple Crown winner for sales and service excellence. That's why they are my trusted dealer, and they should be yours too. For 35 years and counting, come down and take a test drive today. Tell them Coach Doug Christie sent you, or shop online at FolsomLakeFord.com.
What if your limited inventory had unlimited potential? What if your biggest risk was not taking one? What if you could make every move matter? Bank of America's business solutions can help bring your biggest what-ifs within reach. Find out how our digital tools, cutting-edge insights, and trusted expertise can work for your business. What would you like the power to do? Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. Bank of America is proud to be the official bank sponsor of FIFA World Cup 2026.
We were the Humane Society of the United States. 70 years of fighting for animals. Today, we are called Humane World for Animals, a name that reflects our unstoppable commitment to end animal cruelty globally. Humane World for Animals, the end of animal cruelty.
With Progressive, it's easy to reach customer service with our app, website, chat, or by phone. Because when getting help is hard, it's not help at all.
A little help. A little help over here.
Thank you for calling Bench Press Assistance.
What?
Due to excessive gym volume, all available spotters are currently lifting heavy weights off the chests of other bench pressers.
Seriously?
Please continue to hold, and we will remove the barbell from your chest in the order in which your cry for help was received.
Getting assistance should be easy. With Progressive, it is. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
T-Mobile home internet is all about speed, value.
What you doing, Zach?
Personally, there are so many benefits. You got to talk fast.
T-Mobile home internet ranks #1 in customer satisfaction for home wireless internet by J.D. Power.
Wow, you are good.
Try singing it. T-Mobile has price lock.
They won't raise your rate on internet.
Hulu and Paramount Plus on them.
Get T-Mobile home internet all in for just $55 a month with auto pay and any postpaid voice line.
Additional terms apply for J.D. Power 2024 award information. Visit jdpower.com/awards.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Have you noticed cracks in your drywall, chimney, or exterior walls? I hope not, because if you have, they could be indications that you've got a much bigger problem with your foundation. That's where Groundworks comes in. They can honestly assess your situation and create a plan to stabilize your foundation. Schedule your free inspection at groundworks.com/row. And while you're there, check out my latest dirty job. It's a good one.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Get ready for the high-octane action. It's the 76th season opener at the Stockton 99 Speedway, March 29th. Watch the intense racing action as the Stockton Late Models, NorCal Mini Stocks, NorCal Legend Series, Pure Stocks, and Fast Car Solutions Mini Modifieds tear up the track. It's fast, it's thrilling, it's non-stop action you don't want to miss. Family-friendly fun, food, and excitement for everyone. Gates open at 5 p.m. Racing starts at 6. Stockton 99 Speedway, where speed and excitement come to life. March 29th. Be there for the 76th season opener. For tickets, visit Stockton99.com.
Sacramento's premier country music festival, Country in the Park, is coming back May 16th and 17th at Cal Expo with Bailey Zimmerman, Billy Currington, Cole Wetzel, Nate Smith, and more. You'll enjoy food trucks, rock walls, and a mechanical bull, line dancing, and more. Single-day GA tickets start at $52 at CITPFest.com. Country in the Park, May 16th and 17th with Paul Mitchell, The School, Sacramento, and Stoney's Rockin' Rodeo. Find out more at CITPFest.com.
Listen for the Toyota Tahoe Report every Thursday, Friday, and Saturday with Johnny Mosley to get the latest weather conditions in Tahoe throughout this snow season. Brought to you by your local Toyota dealers. Toyota, let's go places.
Your home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
I was just reading a quote from Adam Silver about this LeBron James and Stephen A. Smith thing. He says, sometimes it seems that in other sports that I'm a fan of, and when I watch the coverage, particularly around the games, it seems to be more celebratory. So I think that's Adam Silver saying again that the NBA gets treated a little bit differently than other sports, and I do think it's one of the unique sports where the history is it's shorter, and it is just so unique. Only having 5 guys on a court, you get so connected to these guys. You're not wearing a helmet. There's not 9 guys, right? It's just very specific. And because of that, I don't know if that's why things feel more personal, which can be a good thing, right? That's why Michael Jordan was Michael Jordan and why everyone felt so close to Michael Jordan, even though they didn't even know Michael Jordan. He didn't know all these millions and billions of people that know him. The other side of that is, and I just think it's a landscape of media too, where the sourcing and just the access that we all have has convoluted things a little bit. So Adam Silver speaking, this is where we're at again, speaking on the Stephen A. and LeBron James beef. Did you see, I'm pretty sure it was Bovada, the fighting odds?
No, I don't know if it was Bovada, but I saw that the NBA Central account posted it, and everyone was like
boxing odds or something.
But everyone was like, "How is this not Centel? Like, why are we talking about this?"
The
other crazy thing from that, I don't know if Silver did a press availability, but he was basically like, "Yeah, the All-Star game was terrible." Yeah. I was stunned to hear him just say it out loud. He's like, "Yeah, the All-Star game was a flop, and it was terrible."
Well, everybody else was saying it, so he figured he couldn't talk his way out of that as the Kings look to walk their way into a victory tonight against the Portland Trailblazers. They'll have to do it without Jake LaRavia. They'll have to possibly do it without Malik Monk. It does not.
I'm a pizza guy.
It does not look good. Devin Carter is available. He
God
was
blessing
sick.
me with his body.
On the Blazers side, you have Robert Williams, who's out. DeAndre Ayton, who's out. Jeremy Grant, who's doubtful, Tamani Kamara, who's questionable, and Bryce McGowan is out.
That name sounds familiar, but I don't know from where.
It does not sound familiar to me.
He was at one of those big colleges, I think.
I'm not sure about that. So, honestly, Jeremy Grant played last last time the Kings played, and he did start out kind of hot, but the problem was really Shaedon Sharpe. DeAndre Ayton and Robert Williams, he's always kind of dealing with something. DeAndre Ayton does have the type of size that can hurt the Kings, so no DeAndre Ayton tonight. I don't know if they've been starting Donovan Clingan. I can take a look as far as what they have been doing with him out. Let's see here. Against the Cavs, they started Donovan Clingan at center. So Donovan Clingan at center, Tamani Kamara forward, Denny Avdia forward. Shaedon Sharpe is back in the starting lineup. Anthony Simons obviously is doing his thing. Anthony Simon, for whatever it's worth, 7 points in his last game, 18 from Shaedon, 18 from Clingan, 13 from Tamani Kamara, 17 from Denny Avdia, and 18 from Scoot. They lost that game, but yeah, it seems like everybody was getting in on the scoring. So keep an eye on Anthony Simons. Might feel like he's a little bit due, as he did not get into the scoring action the last time the Blazers took the floor. As we get going, it is time for Prop Talk.
Drop.
Kyle, a lot of people are paying attention to Major League Baseball today. We're going to stay true. I do want to we'll do A's Prop Talk for the Sacramento home opener, the West Sacramento home opener.
On Monday.
That's right.
The Sacramento, Oakland, Las Vegas opener.
That's right. Also throw Richmond in there as well as Elk Grove.
Of Anaheim.
Kyle, do you have a pick for your Prop Talk today?
I do, but before we get to that, have you seen the line yet for the game?
I have not.
Okay, so do you want to do a reverse version of you guessing instead of me guessing?
Sure, I love that.
All right, toss it out there. Blazers versus Kings with the aforementioned no unlikely Jeremy Grant, no Time Lord, no DeAndre Ayton, Tamani Kamara questionable, Kings without Jake LaRavia and possibly Malik Monk.
I have no clue.
Where are we sitting it at?
I think Vegas always, I think it's 2.5 or 3.5. I'm just going to say, honestly, I'm going to say 2.5.
In favor of the Kings?
Yes.
Currently, Kings are 5.5-point favorites.
How?
I don't know. I mean, Portland had a really good stretch, but as you mentioned, they've lost like 5 of their last 7.
Okay.
They're not exactly killing it right now. They're starting all young guys.
I would stay away, probably. I'm just going to be honest with you. And I hope that I'm wrong tomorrow, but your boy is saying clear of that.
They play good defense.
I'm staying away. I'm telling you that much right now. Kyle, what you got for us?
All right. So, DeMar DeRozan, we all know him. DeMar DeRozan in his last 3 games from the 3-point line has gone in the obviously 3 losses, the Bucks, the Celtics, and the Thunder. Went 0 for 4, 0 for 4, and 1 for 3 at the 3-point line. So he's shooting 10% over his last 3 games. And obviously difficult opponents, all very good defensive team. Well, the Bucks are a fine defensive team, but, very good defensive teams to elite in the case of the Thunder. And I just feel like that average is going to have to even out at some point because DeRozan is a 35% 3-point shooter for the season. I think he's close to 40% if you look just since Doug took over. And we've looked at those stats before. So 1.5 is the number for DeMar DeRozan threes tonight. Okay. I'm going to go over on 1.5 DeMar DeRozan 3-pointers made.
I really like that. And you're just playing the numbers game, and that's a smart way to play.
Law of averages.
Okay, I'm going to go with Domantas Sabonis, who hasn't really found his footing. He got thrown back into the pool, and there was kind of a tidal wave going on. Things cool off for him tonight. No DeAndre Ayton. I know Donovan Clingan's a big boy, but I'm willing to go out on a limb and say that Domantas Sabonis has a couple pump fakes for him, and his line is at 16.5 points. I'm just going to take Domantas Sabonis points, 16.5.
See, I've been doing the points, rebounds, assists thing, and he came up 1 short in the last game, so I like that you're just sticking with the points. He's going to have a couple moves for Donovan Clingan and maybe get to the free throw line.
Is there a stat out there for the most pump fakes per team? Because you got to think the Kings are at the top. I mean,
there's no way they can calculate that.
Between DeMar DeRozan and Domantas Sabonis, that's a lot of, and I would throw Zach LaVine in there too.
Oh, you could throw Malik Monk in there.
They must have the most pump fakes per 36 in the league.
PFP, pump fakes per.
Yeah. What is their PFP? Because everyone get in the air. Come here, let me pump fake. And Valanciunas pump fakes too. Then he actually shoots it. And I'm thinking, okay. I'm not really sure you needed to do that.
They've got a joke on the morning show about Valanciunas threes. It's funny.
How many pump fakes do you think the Kings average per game?
78.
I think we're sitting in, you figure if DeMar takes about 15 to 20 shots per game, probably pump faking at least 7 to 10 times. I think we're looking at about 25 to 30 pump fakes per game.
Yeah, it's a great shout by you. That's a very funny
it's
stat.
incredible. It's incredible. All right, Kyle. Dog segment.
Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out?
It's time for our dog segment. Jake LaRavia will not be a dog because he's not playing tonight. Malik Monk's still questionable. Those questions should be answered during the drive, guys, who are coming up here in just a couple minutes. Man, oh, man. Go random here. Trey Lyles.
Trey Lyles movement.
Give me Trey Lyles.
I like that.
Give me Trey Lyles.
I think he's been in a different role since they brought Sabonis back, obviously. But who knows? Could be a Trey Lyles night, especially with no Jake the dog.
Yeah, give me Trey Lyles.
I'm going to go with just the standard dog, Keon Ellis.
I really just be chilling for real.
I know he's the doggiest dog of the dog segment, but you know what? He might start. He might come off the bench. It's a tough situation to be in. Let's have a big Keon Ellis game tonight. It was Keegan the night before. It was Sabonis coming back from injury. So you know what? Tonight's Keon Ellis's night.
There you go. Thank you for listening to the Allen Stiles Show. Great job, Kyle, as always. Thank you all the callers, texters, Sack chatters. Thank you to Casey Holdall, who covers the Blazers. Really appreciate Casey's time. And the Drive guys are up next. Whitey Gleason, Kyle Draper, Jay Johnson. Until tomorrow, secure the bag like the beam.
That man put his hands on me, I would have immediately swung on him.
Gotta go.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax relief